Good morning, crime family. Hey, Sherry and Lauren. Margaret. Hi. How are you guys this beautiful Wednesday morning, June 19th? I cannot believe June is literally almost already gone. Oh, my gosh. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Margaret's home, got the day off today. Wow. Woohoo. Oh my goodness. Hey, Elizabeth. Good morning. Hello and good day, Orkies. Love you. Love you too, Elizabeth. Have a good day. Have a good day. No work schmirk for Margaret. No work schmirk. Okay. All right. So we're going to get straight into Karen Swift trial, day 6. And I love, don't you love whenever some of your favorite stores send you their like daily sales things through text? You're like, how do you guys infiltrate my pocketbook? My pocketbook so easily. That's how it's because they send me a text every day telling me what's on sale. Anyway, we're going to get straight into the Karen Swift trial, day 6. We're catching up. This thing has been long finished. However, we are catching up on it because we've been spending all of our time on Karen Reed. So now we're switching to Karen Swift. This is our Tennessee trial. And this is the one where we love the judge. We love the judge. And I'm glad you're doing good, Lauren. I'm doing okay. Doing all right. Doing all right. Hey, Henny. Good to see you, friend. My friend. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. All right. So let's get straight into it. We're going to speed it up a little. Anybody coming in, if you get to this part, no spoilers, please. However, folks that are listening and watching, be prepared in case somebody does come in and give spoilers, okay? It's just automatically going to happen sometimes. And I can put banners and stickers and everything in the world up and they'll still do it. So just be prepared, okay? Okay. Hey, Patricia, no work here either. Margaret, I've got to go get an oil change in a bit. You going to diamond paint today? Well, I'm glad everybody's off work today. Man, that's pretty awesome. All right. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Okay. Every time I sing that song, I envision the chocolate bunny and the Reese's egg commercial, you know, for Easter. Mm-hmm. That's what it always reminds me of, is that commercial. All right, I'm going to drag it along here and see. Okay. Courtroom is dark, man, compared to the other one. I'd sit right there and fall asleep in that courtroom. I sure would. All rise. Hold on, I gotta hear that again. Hold on. Oh shoot. I gotta hear that all rise again. All rise.
All right, let's be safe. Good morning to you all. All right, let's take a roll. How's everybody feeling this morning? Everybody good? Good deal. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you had a good evening last night. Got lots of rest this morning. Let me ask you, did anybody have any difficulty following the court's instructions last night about what you could and could not do? All right. Was anyone approached by anyone who wanted to talk about their case at all last night? Everything good as far as you know? Nobody watched the stream repeat of the trial or any portion of it yesterday? All right, very good. I think we're good to go then. Mr. Taylor, you ready to call your next witness? All right, go ahead. You say Chris Naifeh? Naifeh, I believe.
Hopefully they get their audio figured out in a second. The mics are not on. The lights are on, but there ain't nobody home.
You can have mine. I don't care. I forget to turn it on most of the time, but I think it's wired in.
They're not working.
How you doing? She'll be back in just a second.
Well, they need batteries. Mm-mm-mm.
Know anything about microphones? Any of you all know anything about microphones? How many deputies do you think it takes to take a microphone? I mean, there's a joke in there somewhere. I know.
How many deputies does it take? He's so cute. I love him.
It's all right. See what? Let's let Mr. Naifeh go back to the hall and sit for just a minute till we get this fixed. We'll get you right back in.
Mm-hmm. Lord have mercy. He's just sitting there waiting patiently. Lord, 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 y'all. I'm just sitting here.
You okay?
Okay. Okay, so now they're going to sling the jury out because they can't get their mics working. All right, then they go on a break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've improvised a little bit. Remember, we continue to move on. All right. Y'all ready with this? Chris Nate.
If you can't hear me, let me know. It's being recorded right here, preserved, but there's not a microphone. And we really want to get close and personal with the witnesses.
There you go. Well, they moved the podium. They moved it like way up.
Mr. Nate, could you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm that testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, sir, see.
Good morning, Mr. Nate.
Morning.
Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We moved up a little closer because of our microphones. So let me ask you a few questions. Back in October of 2011, where did you live, sir?
I lived on 207 Orange Road.
Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
Is that close to where the Swifts lived?
Yes, sir.
How close were you to where the Swifts lived?
Maybe a football field.
Were they your, I guess, your next neighbor on the same side of the street?
Yes, sir.
If you go out and stand on your porch and look to the front of your house, were they on the left or right of
If I was at my garage looking out towards the road, they was on the left.
was Millstill Highway on your right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess if you lived there for a number of years back in October 2011,
Yes, sir.
had the Swifts lived there for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
You had occasion to see them and communicate with them?
I communicated with David mostly. I never did know Miss Swift. I did see her jogging down the road, but I never talked to her.
Was there a Mr. Hawk Shooter that lived around where you live?
Yes, sir. He lived right across the street.
Now, do you remember when Karen Swift went missing?
Yes, sir.
Was that October the 30th of 2011 to your recollection?
Yes.
Were you at home that weekend?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember it because of the activity, or what makes you remember it?
The day, I think it was on a Sunday, because me and my wife went to church. And when we went out on Orange Road, I seen Miss Swift's vehicle where we turned toward her vehicle and went around it, because it's me and my wife and kids. We was going to Glendale. And I did notice it had a flat, but I thought, somebody had done picked her up, she's at home. I mean, I didn't think nothing about it. So when we come back, the vehicle was still there. And later on that evening, David had come over and talked to me and asked me if he had seen his wife. And I said, no.
If he had seen, you had seen
Me, if I had seen his wife.
And later on, did you notice the sheriff's department around or around the vehicle or on the street?
I do not recollect that.
Okay. You remember that law enforcement came down there after that?
Yes.
Now the night, I guess you woke up on Sunday morning, you and your wife and kids went to church. Was that mid-morning, or can you give us a time?
We had to be there about 10 o'clock. So it was about 9:30.
Now that night, the night before, had you and your wife been home and spent the night at home?
Yes, I was there.
And did you hear any unusual sounds that night, like a flat tire going down the road, or a fight, or an argument, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you have dogs?
I do.
And
Or I did.
okay. And do you have dogs inside and outside?
Yes, sir.
Or you did back then?
Yes, sir.
And have you been in the house before when the dogs have barked and is there somebody around or something going on?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your dogs, how does that work? Do they,
Most time, if my dog's outside was barking, I had 2 inside dogs, and one of them was a Cairn Terrier, and the other was I believe, a Feist, and they would bark because the outside dogs would be barking.
did your dogs wake you up, or you hear your dogs barking that night
No,
into the early morning of Sunday?
No.
Now, before that, well, let me finish with, you saw David that Sunday.
I did.
He came to you're saying he came to your house?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about his leg or how he was walking?
He had a knee brace on, and he had crutches.
And you and him had a conversation, and then did he leave?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that, had you had knowledge that David was going through a divorce?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a conversation, or he come to your house and talk to you about that before this?
He had come over. I want to say his wife went on vacation or with the kids, and he had come over and talked to me about they had left, and that she filed for divorce.
Did he ask you for some? Did you help him do something or give him some information?
My brother was a lawyer, and he asked me.
What was your brother's name?
Tim Naphy.
Okay.
And he asked me, would he take his case? And I said, I'm sure he would. Just, we can call him and make sure. Or if I remember right, I think I did call him and ask him,
Ask who?
my brother, if he would talk to David, and he said yes, that they would set up a time and him come in and they talk about it.
And I guess right after that, you gave him your brother's number or arranged for them to talk. Did you have an occasion to be down at your brother's office and notice anything?
Yes, he come to my brother's office.
Who came?
Mr. Swift came to my brother's office, and when he come in, which he was on a crutch and had a knee brace on.
And were you just happened to be at your brother's law office?
Yes.
Now, after that, well, let me ask you about things that occurred before Miss Swift ended up missing. Was there an issue about problems with your dogs and the Swift dogs?
Yes.
Would you just tell us a little bit about that? Can y'all hear me?
Mr. Hogshooter lived across the road, and he had, I don't forgot what day it was, but he had mixed up some Ivermectin, some fly bait, and rat poison with some Karo syrup and powdered sugar, and put it in a bowl and put it outside. And my dog went over there, and my dog and Mr. Swift's dog went over there and ate that stuff, and it killed my dog. Mr. Swift, they took their dog to the vet, and it lived. But
To your knowledge, did Karen Swift have some involvement?
she's the one that found it in his house because she looked through the window.
You talk about Karen Swift?
Karen Swift looked through the window
The window of whose?
of Hogshooters.
Objection be sustained unless he has personal knowledge.
And I agree. We only want to talk about what you saw.
Okay.
Okay. Or what you, and I guess did you have occasion to see Karen Swift go over there?
No.
Okay. And obviously you and your family were upset. Were you upset about the dogs?
Yes.
And did you ever personally go over to Mr. Hogshooter's property or observe anything?
Not that I can recall.
And your wife was involved too?
Well, let me rephrase that. I did go over there that night, and I did look through the window and seen the stuff on the counter, because I know what Ivermectin is. It's for swine.
I know, but let's make sure, we just want to talk about what you did and what you saw.
Yeah, I was there, and I did see the stuff on the counter.
All right. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Hogshooter?
No.
Okay. And was law enforcement involved after that?
Yes, I called him.
Now, after after Karen Swift is missing that Sunday, you said that David came to your house. Were there other occasions when David Swift, after that and days following, came to your house with his family?
Yes.
And, was it, give me a time frame and just kind of tell me about it?
It was after she went missing. And I think the TBI, or I don't know who it was, because I was not.
Let's don't say what you're guessing.
Okay, it was law enforcement that went in his house.
Did you see the cars down there?
Yes.
And
He would come over to my house because he didn't have anywhere else to go. This was about 7 o'clock at night.
when he came over, was anybody with him?
One time both his daughters were, and I believe his son was.
And when he came over, did he come over for a certain purpose?
Yeah, they had told him not to be there.
So he just came to your house, and did he stay there for a period of time?
Yes,
And did that happen more than once?
yes,
And I guess, did you just give him a place to wait until they were gone? Is that what you did?
yes, I did.
And I guess the times that Mr. Swift and his family came down there, it was just whenever that happened, the 2 times that you recall.
Yes.
Now, when you saw him in the days after Karen Swift went missing, did you notice anything about his leg or his walk?
He did have a brace on, and he was on crutches.
Now, after Karen Swift went missing, and in the days and weeks after that, you were the next house down? Were you the next house down from him going towards the Millsfield Highway?
Yes. My house and Hog Shooter's house is across the road.
But you're on the same side as the Swift house.
Yes, sir.
Did you smell any harsh chemicals coming from the Swift house?
No,
Did you see Mr. Swift carrying a bucket or carrying anything suspicious around?
no.
Were you there when Mr. Hog Shooter got arrested?
I don't recall when he got arrested.
Now, where did you work at the time?
I worked at Roofwood Lake Ridge Utility Planning District in Dyersburg.
Now, did you have an occasion to go down the Millsville Highway a certain way towards the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes, that's where I went back and forth to work.
Was that your normal work route?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive that every work day?
About every day, twice a day.
Now, after Karen Swift went missing and before her body was found, do you know where the Bledsoe Cemetery is in the cross?
Yes,
Is it a place that you're familiar with seeing as you
Yes.
drive by?
yes.
Did you see anything unusual that you thought was unusual after Karen Swift went missing before bodies found?
I did see Mr. Darrell Sells there on 2 occasions.
When you say you saw him,
I would like to know if he knows Mr. Darrell Sells personally, or did someone tell him that?
we're going to establish.
You gonna establish your foundation.
Now, did you see this person more than once?
I did.
Now, let's talk about the first time you saw him. You saw this person. Now, when you first saw this person, what did this person appear to be doing?
He was on the side of the road, walking up down the road. On the left side, like if I was going from the cross to my house, he was on the left side of the road in the ditch, kind of.
Was he on the side where the cross was?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that cemetery and where the cross is?
yes. Well, I am familiar. I mean, I never have been in the cemetery, but I went by there every day.
Did you see this person near the area where the cross is?
Yes,
And when you first saw this person for the first time, did you know who this person was or recognize him?
no, sir.
What did you notice about the person?
He was an elderly person, and he had glasses, and he was just on the side of the road. I wondered why he was there.
And this was 11 years ago, though.
Yes,
Now, did something about it seem unusual to you?
not at the time.
Now, did you get a look at the person on that first occasion?
I did.
Did you later see any, as you're driving back and forth to work, and other times, other days before Karen Swift's body is found? Do you see anything out there unusual involving this
I
person?
did see him again with a metal detector in the same spot.
Now, were you by yourself this time?
No,
Who was with you?
my ex-wife.
And where were y'all going?
We was coming from church.
Okay. And was this person that you saw the first time, y'all hear me? This person you saw me the first time, were they in the same general area?
Yes,
And was it in near the cross before you get into the cemetery? The cemetery,
Yes.
is the cemetery on back off the
it
road
is.
to the, are you going towards Tiptonville or coming back?
I was coming from cross to my house.
Okay. And,
And,
and
and
so
there's a road that goes to the cemetery on the left.
now, you're on your driver's side facing this. Are you on your driver's side facing this person?
Yes,
And you look over and see this person?
I did.
And on this occasion, was your wife with you?
She was.
And did you notice whether or not it was a different person or the same person?
It was the same person.
And was your wife with you?
She was.
Now, after that, you and your wife talked then, right?
We did.
And you and your wife had a conversation about that person?
Yes.
And
If you want to check, at this point, I think he's getting ready to get his hearsay, I'm back over that. And, I only, we're asking, he justifies what he knows, not what anyone else told him.
now I'm going to set the foundation. I'm on front for it. So let me just ask the question. You and your wife had a conversation. Don't say what she said. Did you and your wife have a conversation when you passed by this person? And said,
We went past him the second time.
don't say what she said. Let me just answer the question. I'm trying to obey the rules of evidence. So you and your wife, did y'all talk about this person after that?
Yes,
And then did y'all continue your trip?
yes,
And after that, but not just talking to your wife, did you have an occasion did you remember when Karen Swift's body was found? Did you hear about it?
yes.
And I guess, what did you hear about where her body was found? Was it in a certain location?
Yes, it was at the cross behind, or it was behind a log in the cutscene.
Right, but did you hear that it was at a certain cemetery or a certain field?
Yes,
And was that the same cemetery that you drove past?
yes,
All right, and what's the name of that cemetery? Is it Bledsoe?
Bledsoe.
Okay. And did you see media reports and news reports after that?
yes,
And besides talking to your wife, which we don't want to get into right now, did you see something on the news that sparked your memory?
yes. Darrell Sells was on the news. Down, I suppose he was down where they had found her because it was all.
Let's not, let's,
Just one second. I'm gonna check, I want to know how he knows that Darrell Sells on the
okay. Now, did you see a person on TV?
Yes,
Did they have their name or did you listen to the interview?
yes.
Did the person say their name or was it underneath their picture?
I believe that he said he was Darrell Sells.
And did you listen to that on the
It's
news?
been 11 years ago. Yes, I did listen to it, but I don't remember what he said.
Right, but did you see something about seeing him on the news that sparked or made you remember?
I seen him there at the cross.
Right. Was that the same person you saw on the news?
Yes,
And did he, to your knowledge, did he say his name on the news?
yes.
Besides those two occasions, before Karen Swift's body was found, did you see anything else unusual at the cemetery?
I did see a woman there in the same spot with red hair.
Was that with the same times you saw this other person we talked about? Or
Yes,
was she with this person you just
No.
identified as Darrell Sells?
no, she was by herself.
Okay. And after you learned that they found Karen Swift's body near the Bledsoe Cemetery, is that what made you sort of think about this?
I thought it was kind of odd.
And you didn't see him grabbing a body or anything, did you?
No.
But you saw him in that general area?
I did.
Just 1 second, I'm almost finished. Just 1 second. Thank you, sir. The prosecutor may have some questions.
Morning, Mr. Nathan.
Morning.
Mr. Nathan, you testified that you didn't actually know Miss Swift, right?
Did not.
Okay. If you didn't know Miss Swift, why would David come ask you if you had seen her?
Well, I did see her run up down the road.
Okay.
But I mean, as far as ever talking to her, I didn't know.
Okay. Did you ever see her out in public or anything like that very much? Okay. All right. So did you not think it was odd that he was asking you if you'd seen her, since you're not somebody that ever really has contact with her?
I mean, I don't really think it was odd. I think he was trying to find his wife.
Okay. Now you talked about your dogs barking. How many dogs did you have outside?
I had two.
And did they stay in the yard, or did they just roam the neighborhood?
They roamed the neighborhood.
Okay. So you don't actually know if your dogs are even outside at the time. If a car came down the road with a flat, you don't even know if your dogs are out there at that time to bark, do you?
Most of the time they stayed at the house.
But you don't know that they were, do you?
No.
Okay. So it's possible that a car could have come down the road with a flat tire, the dogs were not there and never barked.
It's possible.
Now, you said that Mr. Swift came down to your house to talk to you when the divorce was filed. Is that right?
When she filed for divorce.
Yes, when she filed for divorce. And she was on vacation at that time.
Supposedly. I mean, that's
That's
just
what he told you.
me.
Right, okay. Was he on crutches when he came down there?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been somewhere around October 10th.
I don't remember the time frame.
It's been established in the record already that he picked up service on October 10th. Would that be about the right time?
Your Honor, he's asking for a
I
conclusion.
don't really know.
Your Honor, for the record, he's asking for a conclusion. You can ask him about the date and time frame or reference. But he's asking for a conclusion based on something that this witness doesn't know about.
Okay, so would it surprise you that since he was at your house on October 10th on crutches, that he didn't actually get hurt until October 25th?
I don't know.
Okay, so he was at your house on crutches before he actually got injured?
Yeah, I knew he had a knee injury before.
Now, you said that you didn't see Mr. Swift carrying a bucket, is that right?
No.
Did you stay outside 24 hours a day watching his house?
No,
It's possible he would have been carrying a bucket at a time you were not out there watching, right?
it's possible.
And then same thing with the chemical smell. You said you didn't smell anything chemical, anything with a chemical odor coming from the house.
No.
Could there have been something coming from the house that smelled like that when you were not at home?
Anything's possible.
Okay. Now, you talked about this gentleman walking on the side of the road. Was he right on the edge of the road?
He wasn't really on the edge. He was kind of in the ditch a little bit.
Oh, it's close to the road, though.
Yes.
Okay. And was he walking up and down the road?
He was, when I went past him, he was just right there in one spot.
Okay. Where was that spot?
It was before you turn into the, cemetery road. Back this side towards the cross,
Okay. Was he closer to the cross or closer to the road by the cemetery?
close to the road by the cemetery.
Okay. Now, what about when he had a metal detector? Where was he at that time?
Same spot.
Okay. Same spot back by the road.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see him up? You know where the road goes up to the cemetery?
Mhm.
When you get right to the road that turns into the cemetery, you know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Okay. If you look to your left, up by the bluff by the river, halfway between the cross and the cemetery,
Okay.
you have an idea what I'm talking about? He wasn't up there in that area, was he?
No.
Okay. Wasn't anywhere near that, was he?
No.
And you said you saw a redhead. Was she in the cemetery or?
She was at the same place he was.
Okay, and she was by herself.
Yes.
Okay, so more than one person have visited that spot then, is that right?
Yes.
That's all, y'all.
No more questions of Mr. Nathan. Angela Gibbs. Angela Gibbs.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand, please? If you swear or affirm the testimony you have to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. All right, have a seat, please, ma'am. She's-
Just keep going. Let's go. That's cool. All right. Can y'all still hear me? All right. Did you tell everybody your name?
My name is Angela Gibbs.
Back in 2011, what was your last name?
My last name was Nafy.
Were you related to Chris Nafy back then?
Yes, I was his wife.
Where did you live back then?
207 Harness Road, Dyersburg, Tennessee.
Do you know who the Swifts are?
Yes, sir.
Where did they live in relation to where you and your husband lived?
They were my neighbors.
Were they the neighbors on your, if you're standing on your front porch looking out toward the street? Is that Harness Road?
No, looking from my garage to the street in Harness Road,
Okay. Are they to your left or to your right?
to my left.
And are you on past where they live going towards the Millsfield Highway?
Sir,
Where you live, are you closer to the Millsfield Highway than
Yes,
they
sir.
are? So they're on past you? Yes?
yes, sir.
All right. Now, was there an issue about you and your husband's dogs at some point in 2011 before Karen Swift went missing?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, from what you personally saw or observed, what was the issue with the dogs?
The issue with the dogs was that
The issue with your dogs?
what I remember was that our dogs they roamed free. We lived on 10 acres. So they came and go when as they pleased. Everybody's did in the neighborhood.
Y'all live out in the county?
Yes, sir.
And let me just break it down. Did Mr. John Hogshitter live close in relation to where you did?
He lived directly across our driveway.
Did something happen to one of your dogs?
Something happened to 4 of our dogs. And we found 2 of our dogs dead.
Now, did you have an occasion to go over to Mr. Hogshitter's property and observe anything?
No, sir, I did not go on his property. I went to my mailbox and that's where I observed anything if I could. But no, sir, I did not go on his property.
Can I ask, did your dog come back to your property and you find your dog that died?
I was working in St. Louis at the time that my dog died.
But if you didn't see it or observe it, then I don't want to ask you about it. Now, did you have a time to come home after that? Did you come home and see anything about the dog that died?
My husband at that time, Chris, already had buried her by the time I got home.
Now, after that, did you have an occasion to go to court or be involved with the dog poisoning case?
I spoke with a federal investigator. I did not go to court.
Now, did you have conversations? I'm not asking what you said, but did you talk to Karen Swift during this time or observe Karen Swift come over your property to talk about the dogs?
I don't recall.
Okay. You know what Karen Swift looked like?
Yes, sir.
Had you talked to her before?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen her on your street or been to her house or her to your house?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you home on the weekend that she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the day she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you recall it? Because you heard she was missing?
No, I didn't know she was missing at the time.
Okay. What made you recall it?
We thought it was, we were on our way to church and we went down Harness Road and turned on Millsfield Highway and her car was at the end of the road. And I was like, that's Karen's car.
Did you recognize it from her
Yes.
driving it? Had you seen her in it before?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And I asked my husband then to circle around and make sure everything's okay. And it wasn't, like she had a wreck or anything. So from there, we just, went on and went to church.
When you saw it that morning, was it that Sunday morning, was it on the church time? You're going to church time?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And did you see it when you came back?
No, sir.
And so you were at home the night before that?
Yes, sir.
Was your husband at home the night before that?
Yes, sir.
Y'all have dogs at the house, inside or outside that night?
Both.
You had dogs that lived in the garage outside or outside the house?
Yes.
What about dogs inside? How many?
2.
Did you hear any noise or disturbance the night before you saw Karen Swift's car on the side of the road?
No, sir.
Is there anything about your dogs that they let you know things sometimes if people are around?
If the dogs outside were stirred up, the little dogs inside would start barking as well.
Did you hear anything like that night?
No, sir.
Did you hear any loud noises like a flat tire driving by
No, sir.
that night?
No, sir.
You were at home that night with your husband.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything out of the ordinary that night?
No, sir.
Do you have those lights that come on automatically if somebody walks up to your house?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did you see any of those if somebody was walking down the street or walking down the road?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea that anything out of the ordinary was going on that night on the street in front of where you live?
No, sir.
All right. The next day, that Sunday, when you and your husband, did y'all come back from church?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go home?
Yes, sir.
And were you home that day, that evening?
Yes, sir.
Were you there if, you know what David Swift, you know who he is?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen him before?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did he come by the house?
I do not recall seeing him that afternoon. Lots of times I go to sleep after I finish with Sunday lunch. I don't recall that.
Your husband was at home though?
Yes, sir.
And after that, in the days or weeks after that, did you have occasion to see David Swift come down to your home while you and your husband were there?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all still hear me? And did he come by himself or did he have others with him?
He was children.
And before he came over, or when he came over, did you notice anything going on at his house?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice?
His house was being examined by the sheriff's department.
Did you see the law enforcement cars?
Yes, sir.
And would David Swift and his family be there for a period of time at your house?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all just give him an opportunity to stay with y'all while he was waiting?
Yes, if they needed to be somewhere, they were our neighbors. Yes, sir.
Was it early in the morning or late at night, or would it be different times? Or
Different times.
was it ever in the evening sometime?
Yes, sir.
And in the days before law enforcement came over and David Swift came to your house with his family, were you home during some of those periods of times?
Yes, sir.
You just go work and then come home?
Yes, sir.
And the same for your husband?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever smell any strong chemical smells in relation to your house coming from the Swift residence
No, sir.
on the days that you were home or the days that you were there?
No, sir.
Now, when David Swift came over to your home, did you notice after Karen, did you see David Swift before his wife went missing in the days or weeks before or not?
I'm sure I did. Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about his physical condition or his leg?
He had an injury.
And how did you know that?
Hey, hey, QB. Hey, hey. Thank you so much, QB. How are you feeling today, girlie? Give us a QB update today, ma'am. How are you feeling? How are you doing? Hard to type. We love you. We love you. We love you. How are you feeling, though? And be honest. No sugarcoating saying, oh, I'm doing fine.
Hip, brace, crutch. I mean, and I had worked in the healthcare field, and I just asked him that's what was going on.
Now, on the days that the law enforcement came over and they came over to your house, did you notice anything? Did he have his leg or he had his leg? Did he have his crutch or his brace, or did you notice?
What I can recall from that, because I was upset as well, is when David and the children came to my house. Everybody was upset. He wasn't able to carry his littlest daughter. His son had to do that because he was unable. And I do recall him holding onto the door facing to get up into the back door there. I remember that. Everybody was very upset, but he wasn't able to carry his littlest child.
All right. Now, after Karen Swift went missing, do you recall when her body was found? Did you learn about it through the news or somehow?
Yes.
That was a period of time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
From what you recall. Did you have occasion to go with your husband sometimes past the Bledsoe Cemetery?
We traveled that road on our way to church and home from church. Because of her being there, we didn't go down that area. But yes, we went by that area, going back and forth to church.
Before she was found, did you, or you have occasional ride with your husband and you saw something in the Bledsoe or around the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes, sir, we were on our way back from church.
And were you in the vehicle with your husband?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe?
I observed a man with a metal detector at the place where, it's called where the cross is, and there's a cross up there, by the cemetery.
And I guess where, can you say an exact location or close area where you observed this person?
It's a gravel parking area right off the side of the road as you, pass the road to the cemetery.
Is there a ditch over there or
Somewhat cuts and covers it up.
is it an area, is that where you observed this person?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe the person doing?
He had a metal detector and he was looking for something that a metal detector would detect.
And did you and your husband stop that day?
No, sir, we did not stop.
Now, did you have a chance to look at the person that you saw over there
Yes, sir, I did.
and get a good look at him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you know the person or recognize the person?
I recognized the person
And how did you recognize the person?
because I was employed at a car detail shop when I was in college, part-time, and I detailed this person's car. So when he would come and pick the car up, I would take his money and
Have a
he'd have a small conversation. He'd be on his way.
And had that happened more than once?
Yes, sir.
And did you know that person's name?
Yes, sir.
And the person you saw near the cross that day, was that the same person?
Yes, it was.
And what was his name?
Mr. Darrell Sales.
And as you're going past this person, did you have a conversation with your husband about this?
Yes, sir.
Did you say something about who it was?
I did. I told him who that was and he wondered, why on earth is he up here with a metal detector? I mean, that's odd.
All you can say is what you saw.
That's what I saw.
Now, did you have occasion later to see Mr. Sells on TV or in the media about,
Yes, sir.
was his picture broadcast somehow?
Yes, sir.
And did you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I guess or you just saw him over there one occasion or more?
Only once.
Okay. And that was before Karen Swift's body was found?
Yes, sir.
And after her body was found, did you understand it was near the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes, sir.
Just one second. Ever see a woman there after you were with your husband?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you recall when you saw the picture or interview of Mr. Sales, whether it was at the Bledsoe Cemetery or somewhere else?
I don't exactly know that because there were so many different aspects of what was shown on television. I do not know.
And if you don't know, we don't want to ask you, so. Thank you, ma'am. Prosecutor has some questions.
Good morning, Ms. Gibbs. You were talking about the dogs that you have. You said usually if the dog's outside bark, then it will get the dog inside bark.
Yes, sir.
Typically, if early in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, if the dog's outside are not barking, the dog's inside typically don't.
No, sir. No, sir.
And your dogs outside didn't actually stay in your yard, did
At night, I cannot tell you that because I was asleep.
they? Okay, so they actually are free to roam.
Yes, sir. Free to roam.
Okay, so it's a good possibility if a car came down the road on a flat, your dogs could have been off somewhere else.
One dog, possibly the puppy, knows. I feel confident being at Great Pyrenees. She stayed close to home.
Okay, but at that time of the night, did you know for sure that she was out there?
No, sir, I did not.
And how far was your house from the road?
I can't accurately say, but I would say 50 yards.
Okay.
As a guess.
Okay, all right. And you said that you had security lights that would come on, that they were motion detected? Okay, they would pick up 50 yards away, would they?
No, sir.
Okay, so if a person was actually walking down the road, it wouldn't make your security lights go on.
No, sir.
And and were you sleeping between 4:30 a.m. and 5:09 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if somebody was walking down the road, you wouldn't have seen them, would you?
If the dogs did not wake me up, no, I would not.
And you said that you did not smell a strong chemical smell when you were at home.
No,
Right?
sir.
Possible there was a strong chemical smell when you were not at home, wasn't
There's always a possibility.
it? And you said that you saw David Swift before Karen was missing,
Yes, sir.
and he had a leg injury.
Yes, sir.
How long before she was missing was that?
I cannot honestly say. It's been a long time.
Was it days, weeks?
I'm sure I saw David once a week from the time he moved next door, period.
So did he have the leg injury a month before she was missing?
I couldn't tell you the day he injured his leg. I do not have that knowledge.
Okay. And you saw a man with a metal detector by the cross.
Yes, sir.
And you said that was Mr. Darrell Sells.
Yes, sir.
Isn't he an older gentleman?
He's older than me.
Which he may not be that old if he's older than you. So,
He's older than me.
okay. Would it be fair to say at that time he would have been in his 70s?
Your Honor, she has personal knowledge.
I'm asking if she has personal knowledge.
Yeah, let's say, if she does, she can answer it.
Would it be fair to say that he would probably be in his 70s at that time?
Sure.
Okay. And you said that he was down by the road near the ditch.
I did not say that.
Oh, where was it?
I said where I saw him was in the gravel area where people park and looking in the gravel area with the metal detectors.
By the cross? Is that what you're talking about?
Where the cross is, yes.
Okay, not the road that goes into the cemetery.
No, where the cross is.
Okay. And that's a pretty good distance from where the cemetery is, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. So if your husband testified that he was actually at the road that goes into the cemetery, he would be incorrect about that?
No, he would not.
Okay, well, which one of you are right?
My husband saw him there more than one time. My husband and I only saw him when we were together one time.
Okay, I'm asking if he testified when the two of you were together, he saw him at the road that goes into the cemetery. Is he incorrect about that?
I recall seeing him in the parking area out where the cross is, and that area leads where the road, you can go to where the road is. I saw him where the parking area, when I identified him and wondered who it was, we slowed down and said, I know this person. Why is he here? That's all that I recall
Okay, so your husband would be incorrect then?
on that occasion, because my husband stated to me, I've seen him up here.
Okay, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking if your husband said he was at the road that goes into the cemetery, and you say he was up a good distance away at the cross of the parking lot is, one of you is not right. So are you correct? Was he up by the cross?
By the cross, when we were coming home for church, in the parking, in the gravel area where people park and meet,
Okay, so
is where I saw him.
So your husband maybe is mistaken then about where he saw him.
At that instant, when he saw him, that is what I'm stating.
Okay. You seen other people in that area, haven't you?
You see a lot of people meeting up there.
Okay. So it's not uncommon for a person to be there, is it?
Not uncommon for a person to be there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
That's all I have. Maybe you can step in.
She got a little bit spicy. She's like, you ain't twisting my words, buddy. QB says that her nerve block is wearing off, but she's good. Taking her meds like she's supposed to. Good girl, says Sherry. Yes, and I agree with Sherry. Good girl. Good girl. Not me talking to you like you're, you know, a child or anything, but at least you're listening to your doctor and doing what he says. When do you go back for a checkup, though, QB? Or when do you go back for like a... No, you wouldn't call it a checkup. What would you call it? Just I don't know. What do you call that second visit? Like after a surgery? You guys know how I am with my words. I lose the most simple words escape me. A follow-up. That's what I'm thinking is a follow-up. Follow-up appointment. Jeez Louise. All right.
Okay, we're gonna take a short break. All of the audio issues have been resolved favorably, so we're gonna reset the audio, give you a chance to take a break as well. So we'll be out for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Give or take.
10 to 30. 10-minute break. All right. 10-minute break.
All right, let's be seated. All right, you all can tell we went over 10 minutes, but I don't think it was my fault. I was back here in my chair at the 10-minute mark, or maybe the 12-minute mark. That's fine, we're in good shape. Everybody feeling all right? Everybody doing well? Okay. All right, ready to talk next witness?
I am, Judge.
All right.
Cade Butler. I think I found my outside voice and I'm not going to lose it anymore. All right. Let me know if you can't hear me, though. Okay.
The witnesses told the judge, they're like, yo, we need him up out of our face. We need him up out of our faces.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions this morning?
Yes, sir.
And would you just tell everybody your full name?
Christopher K. Butler,
How old are you now, sir?
23.
Now, who is your father?
Kevin Butler.
Is he deceased now?
Yes, sir.
You remember when Karen Swift, hearing about when Karen Swift went missing back in 2011?
Yes, sir.
On the day that she went missing, do you recall being around that area with your father?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mind if I ask you a few questions about it?
Yes, sir.
What were you and your father doing that morning?
I was going hunting.
Now, where were you coming from when you were going hunting?
TC Light Road going towards town.
Now, why were you going towards town?
Had to buy some orange. We didn't have any.
Now, how old were you at the time?
11 years old.
And y'all were going hunting. What sort of hunting were y'all doing in October?
Deer hunting.
And were you looking forward to this or excited about it?
Yes, sir.
Was it a certain, I'm not a deer hunter, but was it a certain style hunt for you?
I was youth hunt.
And your father, was he going with you?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have occasion to see a vehicle on the Millsfield Highway?
Yes, sir.
And will you just tell me what you observed as you approached the vehicle?
On our way to town or on our way from town?
Did you see it on the way to town?
Yes, sir.
Just tell me what you saw.
SUV. It looked like somebody left it there overnight, honestly. Like it just been parked there for the night.
And you recall what time of the early morning this was?
Probably like 4-ish.
Okay. And if you're going deer hunting, again, I've only been like once and it wasn't a very good experience. Did you go, is the idea to go early or what?
Before daybreak. Yes, sir.
Why? Because at daybreak they get out and move around more?
Yes, sir. They start moving.
And so on the way going to Walmart, you're saying you saw this vehicle?
Yes.
And you saw the vehicle on the way to Walmart?
Yes, yes.
Now, Did you just see it on the side of the road?
Yeah, it was just parked in, grass, like a little gravel area, and it was just parked right there.
And coming back after you went to Walmart, did you see the vehicle again?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about the vehicle that was different this time?
Yeah, there was another vehicle there this time.
And did you see a person there?
Yes, sir.
And you recall what type of vehicle it was that you saw besides the vehicle on the side of the road?
It was a dark blue truck.
And did you see a person?
Yes, sir.
Were they outside the truck?
Yes, sir.
Where were they? Were they near the other vehicle, or do you recall?
I mean, he was on the passenger side of his truck at that time. Like here was the van and then here was his truck. And he was on the passenger side of his truck.
Was he near the vehicle that was sitting there?
I mean, yeah, I mean, he was, here's the hood and there's the back of that one. So, I mean, yes, he was close to it.
And what did you notice as you and your father drove by?
Well, we was, we thought maybe he was hunting. So we slowed down, and whenever we slowed down, he put a pistol on the roof of not the roof, but the hood of the car, or truck, I mean. And we just, we kept going. We didn't, want to have no problems with the guy. Somebody shows you a pistol, you don't to stop and see why,
Did you get a look at the person?
Yes, sir.
And as you drive by, is he on the passenger, or you're the passenger, I guess?
Yes. Yes.
And the person, how would you describe him?
He was tall, and he had dark hair. I was a kid. I can't really tell facial features or nothing like that.
Did he appear to look anything similar to the person sitting here?
No, sir.
And after that day, did you see pictures on the news of different people involved with Karen Swift or related to Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an occasion at that time, back in 2011, to see a picture of David Swift or not?
Yes, I seen pictures of him back then, yes.
Did that person you see on the side of the road look like the David Swift you saw on the news then?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all.
Now, you and your father, where were y'all heading? Where did y'all go after you saw this person on the side of the road?
About 300 yards is where our house is, and we went there, and in the backyard, there's a bunch of woods. And if you go in the woods back there, it takes you, if you go straight behind where our car was, it was probably, in the woods directly behind it where it was hunting, just about.
Now, when you and your dad were coming back from Walmart, were you at Walmart very long?
15 minutes maybe, just long enough to grab the vest and, get out of there. Was trying to rush back out to Millsfield, to get set up.
Were you trying to get set up before daylight?
Yes.
And I guess, what do you recall about, was it daylight or right before daylight when you saw this person standing next to them?
It was daylight. We was running late.
Okay. Was it completely daylight, or do you know?
I mean, it was, yeah, just about,
All right. And did you and your father go on and proceed with what you were doing, the hunting?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there something about seeing that person that upset you that made you remember it?
Me and my dad, we just, over the years, it bothered him, and he just.
Well, wait a minute. I'm talking about that day. Did you react because of something about hunting or hunting in your area?
I was, upset because, people, I thought, they were going to be hunting at first, but,
let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You don't want to hunt in the same area with other
yeah,
people?
yeah, exactly. Like we thought they was going to be hunting in the same area. We was, that's why we was stopping to talk to them.
Right.
So yeah, I was upset because I thought they were going to be hunting right there where we was. But after that happened, we really didn't care. We just, like I said, we went on and done our thing.
Right. Later on, did you see police cars or hear that something was going on?
Yes, sir. Later that day.
All right. And I guess you've been hunting for a while that morning.
Yes, sir. A couple hours. We didn't stay too long because we was late getting out there.
Okay. And after that, in the days after Karen Swift went missing, did you and your father contact law enforcement?
My dad did. Yes, sir.
All right. You did not.
I did not know.
Okay.
No objection to what his father did, unless he established he has personal knowledge of that.
Well, I'm not going to ask you what your father said because, yeah. All right. The prosecutor may have some questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Butler, you were actually 11 years old when all this happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, you said it was 4 o'clock in the morning when you first saw the car.
Yeah, around that time, yes, sir.
Okay, well, How-
Not on the dot, now I can't tell you the exact
How-
time, I said it was around, yes, around.
how
4.
close to 4 o'clock?
I mean, it could, it was definitely a little bit after 4 probably, but 4 to 4:30 maybe. I mean, it wasn't, just a big time difference,
Okay,
but it was, around 4, yes, sir.
okay. How long did it take you to get to Walmart?
10 minutes at most.
Okay, and how long were you inside Walmart?
Like I said, 15 minutes at most.
Okay, and then another 10 minutes back?
Mhm.
Okay, so that would have been around 5 a.m.?
Yeah, that's about, day break, yes, sir.
Okay, and you said when you're on the way back, you saw a dark blue truck.
Yes.
What kind of truck was it?
I'm not sure. Me and my dad talked about it, trying to, could just over the years, after it got all brought back up, we talked about it a lot. But I thought it was one thing and he thought it was another. So I'm not sure what kind of truck it was.
Okay, all right. So this is not just information that you know. This is stuff your dad's told you over the years.
I know the same information, but I don't know what kind of truck it was. No.
Okay. Was it a large truck, small truck?
It was a big truck. Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was dark blue?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw the person on the passenger side of the truck?
Yes. I was standing outside. Yes.
Okay. Did you see him by the car?
By the car. Like I said, the car was right here. The truck was right here.
Okay.
On this side.
And where was he standing?
On the passenger side of the truck.
Okay. Not the car.
The car, the car was in the same area as the truck.
Which way was the car facing?
Like this right here, and then the truck was like this right here, like I just said.
Okay, I don't understand. So you said the car was on the side of the road?
Yes, sir.
Was it setting even with the road or was it at an angle?
It was at an angle, and then the truck pulled in, and it was at an angle.
Okay. So the car was setting at an angle in the gravel road.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't setting straight in the gravel road.
Yeah, it was not sitting straight. It was at an angle.
Okay. At an angle. Okay.
Yes, and the
Okay.
truck was at an angle.
Okay. Would you be surprised that photos were taken that day and the car was sitting straight even with the road?
I mean, if I got it mixed up on that, do I remember 100% what way it was facing? No, sure. But I know how the truck was pulled up beside it.
Okay. So if you don't remember 100% about that, you don't remember 100% about everything else either, do you?
No, I do. I remember seeing the vehicles there. Yes, sir. I remember seeing the man there 100%. Now, telling you what the car looks like 100%, no. What angle they were facing, no.
Okay. What color was the car?
White, or is it a white or a silver color? I'm not sure which one, but it was one of the two.
Do you know what color the truck was?
Yes, I do know what color the truck was.
Okay. Do you know if that guy was just there checking on the car to see what was wrong with it?
Yeah, because he's asking speculation of the person out there, what he's thinking.
What was your question?
I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Okay. It was possible that person just stopped to check on the car to see if anyone needed help, wasn't it?
If so, yeah, but the guy pulled a pistol up. That's why we kept going,
Okay. Did you call the police when you saw a guy with a pistol?
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay. So you weren't concerned enough to call the police.
Like I said, we just kept on going. We weren't going, we didn't want no trouble with them, so we just kept on going, minding our own business.
Okay. So if you thought it was going to be trouble, why didn't you call the police?
Because we minded our own business.
Okay. All right. And you said you watched the news
Yes, sir.
and you saw Mr. Swift on the news.
Yes.
Did you watch the news a lot when you were 11 years old?
No. Sometimes, whenever we be playing.
Okay. All right. You
But I
sure?
wouldn't just, run down there, let's see what's on the news.
Okay. So what makes you remember seeing that then?
Because the Karen Swift stuff was real big. I live right there where it all happened. Everybody and their mama was, watching everything about it.
Okay. But you didn't see anybody actually do anything, did you?
What do you mean?
You didn't see anything.
He just said everybody and their mama. Everybody and their mama was watching it. I like this kid.
Anybody do anything to the car?
No,
Okay. You didn't see anybody, Karen Swift out there.
I don't know. I
Okay.
did not see her.
So when this gentleman was out there, Miss Swift wasn't out there, was she?
No.
Okay. So he couldn't have abducted her if she wasn't there, could he?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody was in the truck. I just know, I don't know if she was getting abducted then,
Okay.
I don't know what was going on.
All you know is you saw a truck.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I saw a man in a truck, and then I saw him pull a pistol on the hood, and we kept going.
Okay. Mr. Butler, you've actually had criminal convictions, haven't you?
Yes.
we go. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and okay, Mr. Butler, you've had criminal convictions, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've been convicted of theft, haven't you?
No, sir.
Okay, you haven't been convicted of theft under $1,000?
No, sir. Never been convicted of a debt. No, sir, I've not.
Okay, have
General,
you,
just a minute.
yes, sir.
We're gonna let the jury go out for just a moment. Okay. All right. You can stay right there. You can stay. All right, let's be seated. General,
Yes, sir.
when I pulled the evidence book out, it does appear that 608 is going to require a jury out hearing before
Okay.
the convictions are brought to the attention of the jury. So let's, you go ahead and ask him
Okay.
about those right now.
Let me just get to it then. Mr. Butler, what have you been convicted of?
I've been convicted of assault on a police officer, a DUI, and I believe possession of paraphernalia.
Okay, you were actually charged with theft under $1,000, weren't you?
Yes, I was charged with it. Yes, sir. But
What happened with that offense?
Sir,
What happened with that offense?
I proved myself innocent.
Okay, you had a trial?
I did not have a trial. No, the people, the lady let them know that I didn't do it.
Okay, you also were charged with theft over, hang on, let me get this right.
The one that you just asked me about, which was what? The theft over?
Hang on.
Just a moment.
Let me get back to it. Okay. The theft under $1,000 was this year,
Yes, I beat that. I got through out of court.
okay? You've had multiple failure to appears.
I think I've had one.
Okay.
I got indicted and I did not know that.
What happened to the aggravated assault?
It got through out.
What about the theft over $1,000?
It got through out.
And that was in January of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean it got through out?
That's the one I was talking about where the lady called and let them know that it wasn't me that done anything.
Okay, well, what about the one that happened this year?
That right there, I didn't do anything there either. And I got through out of court in general sessions.
Can I say something?
Well, I mean, he's examining him right now and he's explaining. So why don't you wait just a moment?
That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
You answered what the prosecutor just asked you.
Yes.
That's all I have of him. If
You
you,
finished examining, I mean, if you're direct,
yes, I am.
yeah, he'd already started.
Oh, are you just talking about for this exchange?
Yeah.
They're still on cross. And so he's still on the stand. I may or may not ask questions, but I guess I'm just talking about the purposes of what the prosecutor brought up about alleged convictions without knowing that there was a conviction. You're not supposed to ask. If you want to hear argument, I'll argue it.
I think I understand the law there. Of course, not going to permit any of the convictions or arrests are not appropriate for cross-examination in this matter. Now the question becomes, because it was asked in front of the jury, the question in my mind is what, if anything, do I need to do with the jury? Do I need to tell them to simply disregard the question about any prior convictions?
jury instruction.
I submit you should tell them to disregard it. And I would just ask for the record that if questions are going to be asked 608 or 609, that we have a jury out hearing. But it's convictions they're supposed to be asked about. And if you know it's not a conviction or you don't know, you don't bring that up in front of the jury because we want to do this right.
When I look at 609, for purpose of attacking credibility of a witness, evidence that the witness has been convicted of a crime may be admitted if the following procedures and conditions are satisfied. One, the witness must be asked about the conviction on cross-examination. Does not necessarily require the jury out hearing that we have just done, because this is not This is, 609 is the limited impeachment by reason of conviction of a crime. 608 would apply to evidence of character and conduct, which may apply in an accusation of theft.
Yes, sir.
There, but
Judge.
any assault, the DUI, the drug paraphernalia, those are not appropriate for impeachment under these circumstances. And under 608, instances of theft or accusation of theft should not come before the jury there. If we get into that with this witness or some other witness, I would prefer to deal with it initially before the jury hears it. If that, for both of you all.
And I will agree. Now, my obligation to the court and to the rules of evidence under 609, which is a conviction, is I understand that the rule is before I even ask the question of the witness, I've got to know whether there's a conviction. I've got to know myself that there's a conviction. I can't just ask, hey, do you have a conviction, and not know what I'm asking.
Court understands the rule. Very
And I ask the same of the state.
I understand. Okay, we're ready for the jury again?
All right.
Ready? Let's be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just before the break, you heard General Goodman ask the witness if he had any criminal convictions. You should disregard that statement. It's not part of our trial. So please put that out of your mind and don't think about it. Don't refer to it again. All right, General, you ready to continue?
Yes, sir. Mr. Butler, when you came by that night and saw the vehicle, it was dark outside, wasn't it?
That morning?
Yes, sir.
When we went to town, it was, still, daylight hadn't broke yet.
Okay.
When we come back, it was not dark.
It was not dark when you saw the blue truck out there?
Yes, sir, it was not dark then.
Okay. And that was around 5 a.m.?
Yes, sir, around that time.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that the sun actually didn't rise that day until 7:18 a.m.?
Well, I'm not sure, I didn't know that.
Okay. So if that's correct, and the sun came up at 7:18 that day, it had to be dark when you came by, didn't it?
Unless it was later than that, then, when we come by.
Okay, so it may have been later in the day then, when you came by, not actually 4 in the morning.
Like I said, I was 11 years old. If I got the time of the day wrong, I apologize. But, it was, I know whenever we went to town, it was dark, and when we come back, it was daylight.
Okay, so it had to be after 7 in the morning then if it was daylight.
It had to be after that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect?
Do you recall that day, whether it was 7 a.m. at daylight or not?
No, sir, I don't.
And did you see the vehicle when it was still dark, when you passed it the first time?
The SUV, yes.
And was your testimony that when you saw it the next time, it was breaking daylight, whatever time that was?
Yes.
You weren't looking at a calendar or looking at a calendar back now is that all you saw
Is that all I saw? Was
that day?
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, sir, you step down. Thank you. Excuse me before you go, sir.
Alicia Pigg.
What was the last name, Mr. Taylor?
Pigg, P-I-G-G. Ronnie is my outside voice. Y'all still hear me? Okay. Just one second, ma'am. Are you Alicia Pigg?
Alicia Myers, it was Pig.
Okay. And back in 2011, was it Pigg?
Yes,
And did you know who Karen Swift was?
not at the time, but yes.
Did they say pig? Like P-I-G, like oink oink pig. I know they said two G's. P-I-G-G. What is it with this? I'm glad she changed her name because you got the hog shooter, dude. This is weird. Last name hog shooter, and then this gal's ex last name was pig. I can't.
Yes, I met her once.
Did you have an occasion to see her back while she was still alive?
Yes.
Was there a house in Trimble that she was involved with cleaning that you lived near?
Yes.
Can I ask you a few questions about it?
Yeah.
You remember when she went missing, hearing that later she went missing?
Yes.
Did you see her before that?
Yes.
Did you see her a day or two before that, or?
I did.
And where did you live in relation to the house she was involved with? Did you live across the street or the same side of the road?
Yes.
Okay.
Not on the same side of the road, but it was hard to explain. It was kind of like a T. And yeah,
Okay. And did you have occasion to see her or talk to her?
I saw her every day, but I talked to her once.
Were you aware of what she was doing at the house?
I knew she was cleaning it.
Was the house a house that somebody moved out of, or do you know?
Yes, they moved out of it.
Was it a Habitat house, or do you know at that time?
Yes, I knew.
And did you know whether or not the house she was cleaning was in pretty good shape or not?
No,
Okay. Now, you recall, was it the weekend that you saw her, or do you recall?
I don't think it was a weekend. I think it was right before the weekend.
Okay. And did you see her more than one day?
She was there every day.
Okay. And was that right before she went missing, or you heard that she went missing?
Yes, the day that I heard she went missing, she hadn't showed up.
Okay. Did you see her the day before that?
Yes.
And was she there for several hours that day before?
Yes.
Now, if the day she went missing was a Sunday, what would have been the day that you saw her before that?
I saw her the Saturday.
Okay. And did you see her that Friday, the day before the Saturday?
Yeah, I talked to her the Friday, I do believe.
All right. Now, on Saturday, that day, did you see anybody?
Hey, Morgana. And Margaret started. If her last name is Pig, I wonder if she drives the big rig. It's obvious she doesn't wear a wig. I wonder if she can dance a good jig. Mm-mm-mm.
Else at the house besides Karen Swift or going into the house?
Her husband
And
and their daughter.
did it appear, did you see him going in the house, or what did you see?
When I first went outside, I just saw a car sitting there with her SUV. And then, because my parents live next door, and I went in their house. I came back out, the car was gone. And then my son wanted to go back outside after a little while, and the car was back, and I saw him get out of the car and go in the house.
Did you see him bringing food or some items to the house?
There was a bag.
Okay. And did you notice anything about him, how he was walking or what he was walking with?
He was walking on crutches.
All right. Did you see any children with him?
Yes, his daughter.
All right. And did you see him just go to the house that she was cleaning?
He attempted to. There was a dog that got loose.
Okay. Was it their dog?
Yes,
Okay. And did they try to get the dog?
the dog ran to my yard.
All
My
right.
son got the dog.
All right. Did they get the dog back?
Yes, my son gave the dog
Okay.
the leash to his daughter.
And did you saw the person?
They were in my yard.
Okay. And did he have crutches or crutch?
Yes,
All right. And did they go on to the house that his wife was cleaning?
as far as I know, I went back in.
Okay. And was that the extent of when you saw him that day?
That was it.
Okay. And the next day would have been a Sunday?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. They may have questions.
You're welcome.
Morning, Ms. Pegg.
Good morning.
Was anyone supposed to be at the house other than Karen?
No,
So Mr. Swift showed up anyway?
I assume yes.
You saw,
He was there.
I object, I assume.
did you see,
Unless she has personal knowledge of who was supposed to be there or not, I object.
That's not what she said she assumed to, Your Honor. She assumed Mr. Swift was not supposed to be there.
Unless you have personal knowledge and thought who was supposed to be at the house or not, it's a proper question. Lay the foundation.
This chick's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to speak or not. Let these two fight it out and then tell me what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, Margaret, you ain't going nowhere, ma'am. I love when you speak in rhymes. It cracks me up.
Foundation has not been laid for her knowledge, basis for knowledge, so the objection will be sustained. If you can lay foundation, everything's good.
Do you know Mary Claire Hopper?
Yes,
Who is she?
she's a woman that was over the Habitat,
Okay. Did you ever talk to her about the house?
not directly.
And do you know if she, did she ever tell you whether she wanted people there or not?
Your Honor, I object. She said not directly.
She can answer the question whether she did or not.
I think it goes to the weight. I think the jury can hear and understand what's been said.
Did she ever tell you that no one was supposed to be at the house?
No.
Okay. Did anyone tell you that?
Yes,
Who was that?
Karen Swift.
Karen told you no one was supposed to be at the house but her?
Yes,
Mr. Swift showed up anyway?
yes,
Okay. And he showed up on 2 different occasions?
the same day.
Right,
Yes.
but 2 different occasions.
Yes.
And did you notice anything odd about the crutches that he was using? Did you have an impression about it?
My impression was he had them, but he really wasn't using them.
Okay. Didn't appear that he needed them?
I didn't think he did.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess instead of asking you about your impression, did you see him use his crutches to get out of the vehicle and to walk
No,
around?
not to get out of the vehicle.
Did you see him use them to move around?
When he walked from where the house was to mine.
Right. But you saw him use them when he left your area, didn't you?
Yes,
All right. So you're just sort of guessing. Is that right?
for my opinion, yes.
Okay. And we don't want guesses. We just want what you saw or observed.
That's my
Let's just
opinion.
ask a question.
All right. And as far as the vehicle, the prosecutor asked you about Mr. Swift being over there. You're saying you saw the vehicle that you believe that you saw Mr. Swift and his child get out of, go up to the house, and then are you saying that it left and then came back?
Yes,
And you saw Mr. Swift get out with his child with a sack?
yes,
Did you see him get out with his sack?
yes,
It could have been food items to bring to his wife,
could have.
Okay.
I don't know.
but you just saw a sack.
Yes,
Okay. That's all I have.
And you can sit down before you go. Thank you.
thank you.
Go ahead and call your next witness.
Ashley Swift.
Show you something before she testifies. The video of her interview. Yes.
Ashley Swift? Is this one of the daughters?
Need a jury out.
All right. We need the witness in or the witness out?
Probably witness out right now.
Okay, well, let's let her stay outside the courtroom now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Remember, and I say this when I can remember to do so, don't form or express any opinion. You should not deliberate or talk among yourselves about the case at this time, okay? Thank you all. All right.
Mhm.
All right, we've been sitting here.
Your Honor, the state intends to use, if needed, it intends to use a forensic interview of Ms. Swift, it happened just a few days after Ms. Swift went missing. I've given a copy to the defense, I've advised them, but I think they want to see the actual video.
I mean, we need to make sure it's admissible and that the foundation's been laid. And obviously, the state objected to me asking an officer about his reports and stuff. And so it's probably best to have a jury out hearing and view the video and then state whatever objections we have, if you will, and your judge.
You want me to listen to the audio? Is that what you're, or is it a video?
Video.
Okay.
Your Honor, as far as laying the foundation, I'm just going to ask her, is that you? Did you give that interview?
As far as, I'm just saying the foundation has to be laid in the rules of evidence. And if he's going to try to introduce it as extrinsic evidence, It has to be, those things have to be determined.
I'm not following, I'm not following what you're saying. I mean,
He's going to try to introduce the video as extrinsic evidence, I guess, of a prior inconsistent statement.
right?
And so it was a forensic interview after.
I'm saying forensic interview, that has different connotations.
It's right. It's
What-
done.
What is, what do we mean when we're
it's-
saying forensic interview?
Well, it's like the Carl Perkins child abuse. So
This is not a situation where the witness has been accused.
I know that's the problem. And we just need to make sure about the video. If he's going to try to use it, we got to make sure it's relevant and it's the correct forum. And so
Let's
that,
watch the video.
yeah.
How long is it, General?
The part I'm gonna play is only 2 minutes.
Okay.
It will connect to the system room.
you're going to have to play the start where we know who's doing it and all that.
I'll be happy to play the whole thing, but.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
that's fine.
here's the thing, if he's using it cross-examination, Mr. Taylor, you know, he doesn't have to play it all, but you're entitled to play the portions that will make that passage appropriate or complete. It's not that we need an entire interview.
I agree, Judge, but if it's a forensic interview, which you know what a forensic interview is, and we just need to make sure that
We're not dealing with we're not in a trial, we're dealing with a definitive accused of a sexual assault of this witness.
No, sir. No, sir, it's not.
Okay.
You know, this will not connect. I'm gonna try to restart my computer to see if that makes a difference.
Take your time.
Yeah, I had to restart it, so. We'll see if it's-
Okay, I thought this was gonna be quicker, but apparently not. Let's zoom on through here.
General, okay. All right, then I'm hearing the objection's been withdrawn.
yes,
Okay.
that's rare. That's rare.
I know.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. You know you beat me down. Does it make you feel good? Victory's good. All right, I think you had called Ashley Swift.
I did, Judge.
Okay, let's get the witness in now. Yeah. Now, or somebody's in.
If we could just take it off the screen from the jury and let okay. What I'm talking about. If you're not going to do anything more than that, you're okay. Just keep Danny's seal off of there too, if you can. All right. Would you tell everybody your name?
Ashley Swift.
And are you related to David and Karen Swift?
Yes, I'm their daughter.
And how old are you now?
I'm 22. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We're going
Oh, God love her heart.
to take our time, okay? Let me
Oh,
just ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Would you like some water or something?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. You're not used to testifying, so let me just ask you a few things, okay?
Okay.
Now, you remember when your mother went missing?
I do.
How old were you back then?
I was 9.
And were you close to your mother?
I was very close to her.
All right. And were you in school at that time?
I was.
About what grade was that for you?
I think 3rd or 4th grade.
And
you guys, I'm going to put this on normal speed because I've got it set right now, I think at 1.25. So I'm going to put it back on normal because she seems to talk a little fast. But I'll put it back on to 1.25 or 1.5 after she's finished. So, yeah, this is sad.
you lived at the house with your mother and father?
Yes, sir.
Was your sister living there at the time?
She was.
Is she older or younger than
She's
you?
younger.
How much younger, can I ask?
About 4 to 5 years. She's 18 right now.
Okay. And when y'all lived there, was your father working out of town?
He was.
Were you aware then where your father was working?
Yes,
And was that out of town?
it was. It was about 45 minutes away.
Would your dad be gone during the week, or was he gone during the weekend working?
No, it was just the week.
And your mother, do you remember, was she working sometimes during the period right before she's missing?
She would do like odd jobs of like landscaping or cleaning and things like that.
Now, where y'all lived at the house, y'all had lived there, I guess, a few years before your mother went missing.
Yes,
And you knew some of the neighbors or aware of some of the neighbors.
yes,
Did you know who the Nathys were?
yes. They lived the house before us.
And did you know where Mr. Hogshooter lived, or did you aware of him?
I was.
And in fairness, you were pretty young at this time.
I was, yeah.
And are there things that you don't have a real good memory of, details?
There are some things, but there are some things that I definitely remember.
Well, let me ask you about those. Do you remember before, a day or two before your mother went missing, going to stay with a friend at their house?
I do.
Was that the day before or the day, a couple days before?
It was the Saturday.
And you remember what friend you went to stay with?
Yes, I do.
Was it Dyersburg?
It was like New Bern right there, where Dyersburg and New Bern.
And were you intended on spending the night?
Yes, sir.
And is there some reason why you didn't spend the night?
So it was me, the girl's house that I was at, and another girl. And I feel like whenever you're young and you get in a situation with 3 girls, somebody feels left out, and I felt left out and just wanted to go home to my mom.
Was there something about a pimple or something that you?
I think I just kind of used that as an excuse to get out of there, but I really just missed my mom.
And because of that Saturday evening, did you call your mom?
Yes.
And what did you request of your mother?
I asked her to come pick me up to take me home.
And did your mother respond?
She did. She came and got me.
And of your own knowledge, did you know where your mother had been when you called her?
No, I didn't know where she was. I just knew that she was out with friends.
Did you know which friends, or
No, but
did your mother always explain to you where she was going, or tell you where she was going?
not always.
Were there some times that your mother would just leave and you would get upset?
Yes, there were many times where she would leave and I would beg for her to stay because she was gone all the time.
And did your mother come pick you up that Saturday night
Yes.
or early Sunday morning? Are you sure which?
I'm not 100% sure which, but I know that it was later into the night.
And then when your mother picked you up, did she pick you up in her car?
She did.
And where did y'all go after that?
We went home back to our house where my sister and my dad were.
And do you recall getting out of the car or going to the house? Do you recall everything about that night?
Yeah, we came into the house and we went to sleep in her bedroom, the master bedroom. Me and her went to sleep in the bed.
You slept in the same room as your mother?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know exactly what time it was that you got there?
I don't know the exact time, but I know that it had to have been into the night, past midnight.
As you and your mother come in the house, do you either hear or have contact with your father?
Yes, I remember him checking on us, making sure we were okay and that we got inside, and checking on my mom to make sure that she was okay.
And did you and your mother go to bed then?
We did.
And did you go to sleep pretty quickly or?
Yeah, I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was tired, so being home with her.
Now, after that, did you aware of being moved or your mother getting up?
Yes, I remember her moving me in the middle of the night to my sister's room, in the bed with her.
In the bed with your sister?
Yes,
Is that on the same floor as your mother's?
it is. It's the bedroom right beside.
You recall it being your mother that moved you?
I know it was her. It was just instinct to know what your mother feels like and how that felt.
Okay. That's your best recollection?
Yes, sir.
And did you open your eyes and look, or?
I feel like I briefly, like foggy, opened my eyes and just knew that I was being moved into another bedroom with my sister, but I didn't like fully wake up.
Are you, do you know what your mother, whether she left or not after that?
I don't.
Now, after you got in bed with your mother and you got moved, you don't know if she went out and did things on the computer or downloaded pictures, do you?
I don't know.
All right. And I guess did you wake up sometime the next morning, that Sunday morning?
I did.
And what did you do?
I remember it was a little bit late because I was going to go clean a house with my mom that morning. And I knew that it was a little bit later into the morning than she would normally go do things because she was always up at 6, 7 a.m. going to do things. So I knew it was past time for that.
Did you feel like you had missed her?
Yes,
All right. Were you aware she was going to go somewhere and clean a house?
I was.
And were you intending on going with her?
I was.
Now, was your mother there when you woke up?
She was not.
And was your father there when you woke up?
He was.
And I guess after some period of time, on into the morning and on towards lunch, is your father at the house with you and your sister?
He was.
And did y'all leave at some point?
Yes, we left to go see where somebody had told him where her car was.
And did you have any idea yourself who called?
Not at that point until he took us to that person.
Who was the person?
It was the Lambs, Jennifer Lamb.
All right. And before, you don't remember exactly what time that was that day, do you?
I don't remember.
Or that afternoon?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting in the vehicle with your father and your sister and driving up away from your house?
Yes.
And do you recall where y'all went?
We went to where her car was, and me and my sister stayed in the car.
Did your father get out?
He did briefly.
And did you observe him going up to the car, or did you observe him going in the car, or did you really notice or remember?
I didn't really pay attention. I think I was just talking to my sister in the car.
And y'all were there for a period of time?
It wasn't a long time.
Right. That's fair. Whatever you recall. And after your dad got back in the vehicle, y'all's vehicle, where did y'all go?
He took us to the mall to meet Jennifer Lamb.
And did she keep y'all or just entertain you? Or?
She just kept us for a little bit until we went back to her house.
And when your dad took you to the mall to Miss Lamb, did he leave y'all with her?
He did.
And he drive off in his car?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point that day or that evening, did you go back to your house?
I did later on. First, we went to her house and waited because there was a search being done. And after they conducted the search of our house, we went back.
That's what you recall?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about you stayed with Miss Lamb until it was okay to come back.
Yes, sir.
Did your dad come get you, or did she drop you off, or do you remember?
I don't remember.
You got home somehow? but
I
you
did.
don't?
It was walking distance, so
Okay. Now, after that day, you were aware that your mother was missing.
Objection, lady.
Let me ask this. After the day your mother went missing, were there things going on at y'all's house that involved law enforcement coming in that you
Still
noticed?
lady.
After that day, were there things going on at your house that involved law enforcement?
yes,
And
they would come do searches at the house.
did that happen more than once?
It did.
To your knowledge, did it happen that Sunday or that Monday?
I don't recall.
And I only want to ask what you recall, okay? And then the days after that or the weeks after that, you recall law enforcement coming to the house again?
Yes, there was a time where we were getting ready to leave, and I heard a knock on the door, and I looked outside, and there was a line of police officers with rifles lined up in our driveway.
And did y'all leave the house after that?
We did.
And where did y'all go?
I think we were planning on going to eat dinner, so we just went ahead and went and had dinner.
Did you know the neighbors, the Nathys?
Yes,
Did y'all ever go to their house?
we did.
Okay. Maybe, are you sure how many times?
I'm not 100% sure.
You were pretty young, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you did sit down and a lady did interview you, didn't she?
She did.
And she asked you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, did y'all at the Swift home at the time before your time your mother went missing, did y'all have dogs?
We did.
How many dogs did the Swifts have?
We had two before she went missing.
And was there an accident or something that happened to one of the dogs before your mother went missing?
Yes, sir. My mom accidentally backed over the small dog.
And was that near or around the garage area?
I don't recall 100% where it happened, but I
Right.
do know that we brought the dog up and said our goodbyes close to the house.
And you had another dog?
We did.
Now, was there a swimming pool at your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall at that young age swimming out there?
I do. We had pools all my life growing up, and that's how we spent our summers.
And was it a in-ground pool or above ground?
It was above ground.
And did your mother use it a lot?
She did.
And did your mother, to your knowledge, clean the pool
Yes,
and did other members of the family help with that?
I'm sure.
After your mother went missing, well, at the time, around the time before your mother went missing, were you aware that your father had a leg injury or not?
Yes, he did.
And I guess, did you see him on occasion before your mother went missing with an injury or notice an injury?
Yes.
How did you notice him?
He had crutches and a brace.
And months before that, did you yourself know that he had injured his leg or not months before that?
Yes.
And that he had an operation months
Yes.
before that?
Yes, sir.
Since your mother's been missing and since these years, have you continued with your education?
I have.
Your father raised you and your family?
He did.
Objection, lady.
Did your father raise you and your family?
He did.
You have a brother?
I have two.
Did they go on to school or college?
They did.
Your sister?
She's about to start school, college.
prosecutor may have questions.
Morning, Ashley. I'm truly sorry about your mother. You were 9 years old when your mother went missing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, your mom was sleeping downstairs, is that
Yes, sir.
right? And your dad slept upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you usually sleep with your mother?
Most nights,
Okay. Did Keely sleep with your mother?
some nights,
Okay. Did she also sleep with your father?
some nights.
Okay. And the night that you came home on October 29th, or maybe an early morning, October 30th, Keely was actually sleeping upstairs with your father, wasn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Where was Keely's bedroom?
It was downstairs by my mother's.
Okay. Did she ever sleep by herself?
Rarely, but there were occasions.
Okay. So would you agree that it's a good chance she was upstairs with your father then?
She could have been, I don't recall.
Okay. But she rarely slept in bed alone,
I mean, there were times, but
but it's pretty rare.
I don't know how often.
Okay. How old was Keely at that time?
She was 5.
5 years old? Okay. And you said that you went to bed with your mom. Do you recall how your mom was dressed?
I know that she just had like some sort of t-shirt on before we went to bed.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you recall being moved sometime in the night to the bed with Keely?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which was downstairs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you really don't know who moved you, do you?
Oh, I know it was my mother.
How do you know that?
It's instinct to know your mother versus somebody else. You have that bond with that person and you know who it is.
But you didn't actually see her.
No, but I felt her.
Okay. All right. But you didn't wake up.
I didn't fully wake up, but I was in that foggy phase where I could tell that it was my mother, and I felt her.
Okay. So you weren't completely awake and coherent about what was going on then?
No, sir.
Okay. So you actually don't know for sure then, do you?
I mean, I have a pretty good instinct to feel
Okay.
what my mother feels like.
Okay. When you got home, where was your father?
I don't remember exactly if he came downstairs or stayed upstairs.
Did you see him?
I don't recall.
Do you know if your mother talked to him?
I know that he checked on us and made sure we made it home.
What did he say?
I don't recall.
Do you know where your mother was when she talked to him?
In the living room.
Okay. And he was upstairs?
I don't recall.
You don't know? Okay. How did your father get upstairs with an injured knee?
There would be times where he would sit down backwards and scoot up the stairs.
That what he typically did?
I think so.
Okay. And the next morning when you woke up, was your father already awake?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went and woke him up or if he was already up?
I don't recall.
You said your mom ran over a dog.
She did.
What happened to the dog?
It passed away.
What kind of injuries did it have?
I have no idea. It was a small dog.
Did you see it?
I did.
Okay. Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah, it was bleeding out of the mouth, and
Okay. It wasn't inside the garage though, was it?
I don't recall 100% where it was. It was either right there on like the edge of the gravel garage area.
Okay. Which would be not the smooth part of the garage, it's the gravel part,
Well, right there where they meet.
where the gravel and the garage meet.
Yes.
Okay. And you had a swimming pool? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you swam in it often?
We did.
Okay. You didn't swim in it in October, did you?
I mean, I don't know exactly when the pool was closed.
Okay. If it was 50 degrees outside, you wouldn't have been swimming, would you?
No, sir.
Okay. So there wouldn't have been a need to clean the pool if it was winter time or it was in the fall where it was cold, would it?
Well, if we were closing the pool down and cleaning it.
Okay. That would be the only reason.
Yes, sir.
One moment, John.
So, you
Ready, Rick?
yes. The morning you woke up after your mother brought you home that Sunday, did you have occasion to look around the house or be in the house? Were you at the house before you and your dad left with your sister?
Like, once I woke up,
Mhm.
we were.
It's funny how we ask questions, I know. Did you hear anything at night, or did anything wake you up once you went to sleep about a fight or a disturbance?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything out of the ordinary?
No, sir.
Did you hear a fight or a struggle in a room where somebody's clothes were being torn off?
No, sir.
Did you hear anybody yelling or saying help or anything?
No, sir.
When you got up, did you look in your mother's room sometime that day?
I went to look and see if she was in there.
Did it in the room that y'all both, the room she stayed in?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything that was out of ordinary or looked like somebody had been fighting in the room?
No, sir.
Did it look consistent with what you saw before the night before?
Yes, sir.
Did you smell any bleach or strong odors when you got up
I did not.
or around the house when you walked around that mid-morning up till after lunch,
No, sir.
the next day,
No, sir.
or in the days following?
No, sir.
Just one second. Thank you, ma'am.
What kind of housekeeper was your mom?
What kind of housekeeper?
Yes.
I don't understand the question.
Did she keep the house clean?
Not always.
What did it usually look like?
I mean, it was messy most times.
Do you remember how the bedroom was the night that you got home?
I don't remember everything about it, but
Okay, that's fine.
No more questions.
You can step down. Yes, ma'am, you can.
She's released.
She just asked me if she could sit in the gallery, and I said that she could. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is here, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Now, remember, don't discuss the case. Still have not heard all the proof, and you have not heard the law applicable to the case. Do not form or express an opinion. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you back about 1 o'clock. Okay? All right.
Hey, Chaloon. Hello, hello, hello. Farther back, yeah, this happened way back in 2011. Yeah. It happened a very, very, very long time ago. So they got through their lunch. There they are back.
Ready for the jury?
We are.
All right, let's bring them in when they're ready.
Let's see if they can stay awake since they got their bellies full now.
All right. All right, let's be seated. Touche. All right, everybody feeling all right this afternoon? Everybody feeling good, feeling well? All right, then. Hope you had a good lunch. I did. Mr. Taylor, we're ready to proceed, sir?
We are, Judge.
Oh, you're with us?
Dustin Swift.
Okay, so this is one of the older boys. One of the I think they had the two older boys first, or they had the two boys first, and then later they had the two girls. I think that's how that went.
Are you Dustin Swift?
Yes, sir.
How old are you now, Mr. Swift?
31.
And are you the children of David and Karen? Are you the child of David and Karen Swift?
I am. Those are my parents.
Now, you remember the time when your mother went missing back at the end of October of 2011?
I do.
How old were you back then?
18.
And were you in school back then?
Yes, sir.
Would you just tell us where you were in school?
I was over at University of Tennessee at Martin in the pre-vet program.
What year were you?
It was my first semester.
Of your freshman year?
Yes, sir.
Now, before you left for college, did you live home?
I did.
Did you live with both your parents at their home?
Yes, sir.
And up until you left, I guess, I'm asking, up until you left for college, did you live at the home?
Yes, sir.
After you started college, what time of that summer do you recall of 2011?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When did you start college back in 2011? Do you remember around what time frame?
It would have been fall.
That was a month. Was that a month or two before your mother went missing?
A couple months, yes.
Now, how did you learn that your mother went missing?
We had woken up first thing that morning, and my best friend had received a phone call, and he didn't tell me anything, but he was instructed to drive me back to Dyersburg.
And did you go back to your mom and dad's home that day?
Yes, sir.
And was that a Sunday, or do you recall what day of the week it was or weekend it was?
It was the day that her vehicle was found that morning.
And when you arrived at the house, do you remember around what time? Was it morning or afternoon, or do you recall?
Late morning, afternoon.
And when you arrived at the house, did you walk around or notice anything in the house?
Of course, I walked around. I didn't notice anything in particular.
Did you smell any strong chemical smells like bleach?
No, sir.
Did you notice anything that was out of the ordinary in the garage?
No, sir.
What about in the house around your mother's bedroom?
I noticed nothing at all in any region of the home, anywhere out of particular.
Oh. Now, did you stay at the house that day? Or did you have occasion to leave sometimes?
I would leave every once in a while, but when I came home, I stayed.
Was there a lot of things going on that day?
Yes.
And did people come over to your house, to your knowledge, or do you remember?
I don't recall if anybody came over.
Later, did you notice law enforcement come over to the house, or either that day or in the days after that?
I do remember one time.
Would you just tell us what you recall?
It was late in the evening. The sun was down. I don't recall if it was Ashley or myself that noticed someone knocking on the door, and they presented AR-15 assault rifles, multiple people in the garage, decked out like they were going to war.
And did y'all stay in the house or did y'all have to leave?
We were asked to leave.
And you recall where y'all went after you left?
It was the Navy's next door.
And was this a few minutes or a few hours?
It was several hours.
All right. Now, were you aware that your father had injured his left leg before your mother went missing?
I was.
Do you remember some months earlier that your father had a surgery to his leg?
Traumatic surgery, yes.
Now, you had been gone to college for a little while.
Yes, sir.
When you came home, did you notice anything about your father and his leg use or getting around?
Nothing in particular.
Did you, when you came home the weekend your mother was missing, you had been gone a week or two before your mother was missing. Is that right?
Yes, it was a week or two before she went missing that I came for the weekend or the day.
When you came home after your mother's missing, did you observe anything about your father and his walking around with his leg?
It's the same as before. It's injured, on crutches and a stiff leg brace, I believe.
Now, let me ask you about before your mother went missing and when you were at home. Do you recall whether or not you knew that your mother in the months before she got divorced or after she got divorced had more than one phone?
I believe I was aware of that, yes.
And do you recall around the time frame that your mother went somewhere and filed for divorce?
She called me late one night.
Is that how you learned?
Sir?
Is that how you learned of it?
She told me that she was filing for divorce.
And before your mother went missing, in the months or weeks before that or days before that, were there dogs at your house?
At that time, there would have been, in the last 6 months, I think 3 dogs total that were there.
And was there an issue about one of the dogs being injured or?
Actually, there was 3 different instances where all 3 of them were injured.
Now let's take them one at a time. The most recent one, what was that? The one closest in time to when your mother went missing.
That would be my current living dog.
And a dog that was injured in 2011.
He was poisoned in 2011, yes.
And obviously, do you still have that dog?
I do.
And what about the one before that?
The one before that was a smaller dog that was more so both my little sister's dog. Her name was Mia. Mom accidentally ran over her while she was checking the mail.
And were you there when it happened?
I was.
And just describe what you observed about the dog and where the dog, if the dog was moved or where the dog was brought.
She was ran over right by the mailbox. She liked to chase cars for some reason, and Mom didn't know she was out there. And she was a smaller dog, so she was instantly killed when she was ran over. I remember Mom bringing her up. I believe Ashley and I were outside at the time, bringing her up, and we were obviously weeping. And
where was the dog brought to, or can you say?
I know that we stood over and prayed over her. It would have been right inside the garage or right out front the side, or right out front of the garage.
All right. And was there another dog before that?
Yes, there was a dog that got shot. He was previously my brother's dog, and he didn't have a place for him, so he came and lived with us, and one of the neighbors shot him.
Did were those dogs outside or inside dogs?
The one that got shot was an outside dog. The one that got run over was typically an outside dog. And Jack, my dog, was an outside and inside dog.
Do you know whether they stayed in the garage or had access to the garage when they were outside?
We've always left the garage door cracked for dogs.
Did y'all have in the months before your mother went missing, did y'all have a pool?
Yes, sir.
Was it an in-ground pool or above-ground pool?
It was an above ground pool.
And did y'all use it a lot?
Yes.
And do you know did you ever participate in the cleaning of the pool?
Absolutely.
And did others in your family, to your knowledge?
We all did.
And typically, just explain to me how you would clean the pool when you did it.
We've always had a pool growing up my whole entire life. We would always use a mixture of shock and bleach.
Shock, is that a chemical or
Yes, sir. It's a pool chemical.
is it something you buy that's in a bottle?
I'm
not aware of it.
Shock is typically purchased in like a bucket or packets.
And did you say other things besides shock was used?
Shock and bleach.
And how would you do it?
We'd walk around and pour a bunch of bleach in, and then we'd toss and empty the packets the same way, and we'd stir it up, and wouldn't be able to swim in it for a couple days.
Is that a way of cleaning an above ground pool?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you at home when there was an issue about the dog being poisoned?
I don't believe I was home at that time.
Well, then let's don't talk about it. Your older brother, in the months before your mother went missing, was he in school or not, to your knowledge?
My older brother at this time,
Yes, sir.
he was in college.
And where did he go to college at the time?
At the time, I believe it was Conway, Arkansas.
To your knowledge, did your brother come home from time to time on the weekend?
Rarely.
Okay. After your mother went missing, did you do things to look for her or on your own?
Absolutely.
Would you just tell the jury what you did?
When she became missing,
Yes, sir.
I was obviously in college, had later classes. It's a habit to stay up late at night. So when I came home after getting a phone call, I would often go out and drive around with my dog and look for her and call for her. And I just wanted my mom back.
Well, let me ask you this. While you were out looking around before your mother was found, did you have an occasion to observe something at a cemetery?
I observed something that was out of the ordinary.
And just tell us in your own words what you observed.
I had been out with my dog, Jack, looking for her, and in the wee early hours of the day, the sun had just come up, and I was on the back way of Harness, and I noticed somebody randomly standing in the ditch with a metal detector.
Can I ask what location near Harness or any landmark?
I could point you exactly where it is on a map. It's in between the cemetery and 78, I believe is that highway.
Is there something in the, like some fixture out, sticking up out of the ground around this?
Around the area?
Yeah, not a tree, but like some religious symbol?
Oh, that's what I said, in between the cross and 78.
Okay, I'm hard of hearing, so I'm sorry. And I just tell us what you observed and what you did.
I passed by. I took a second thought and thought it was out of the ordinary. So I turned around and I pulled up next to where he was standing. I rolled my window down.
Well, you saw somebody standing there. Did you know this person at the time?
I've never seen this person.
Was it a male or female?
A male.
All right, go ahead.
I pulled up next to him and rolled my window down and had a conversation with him.
And did you notice anything about him?
I believe he told me he was exercising and he didn't look like he'd worked out a day of his life.
Anything else?
I told him that, I asked him what he was doing out of curiosity. You know, at this point, my mother's missing. She's not dead, right? He said he had lost his watch. And if I'm not mistaken, when I looked down, he's got a watch on his wrist. And I thought it was very odd. But I told him, you know, my mother is the one that's missing. If you see anything, be sure to tell someone.
And did you drive on?
I did.
And were you later interviewed and told that to the investigators?
Several months later, I did, yes.
Now, in the days after your mother went missing and before she was found, was there a lot going on at your house with people coming in and going out?
Yes.
And was there a vigil at your house?
Yes.
And after that, your mother was found. You recall that, hearing about that.
Yes.
And did you go back to school?
No, sir.
And I guess did your dad continue to raise you and your two sisters?
Very well.
All right. And did you continue on with school and your education?
I did.
Did you graduate from school?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed now?
I am a federally licensed aircraft mechanic. My company does avionics upgrades for general aviation and also defense contracts.
And when you weren't in school, did you continue to live at home with your father until you did go back to school?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor may have some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swift. I'm sorry for your loss. When your dad originally injured his knee, that was in the springtime of 2011, is that right?
I don't recall exactly when it was, but
Okay. Was it several months before your mother was missing?
several is a broad term. I'm not sure exactly when in that year that he originally,
Okay. Was it in a soccer game?
yes, sir.
Okay. And is soccer typically played there in the spring?
I don't know when soccer is played, sir.
Okay. But he had to have surgery for that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Did he use crutches continuously after that?
Yes, sir.
There was never a time that he was not using crutches?
Possibly, but all the times that I recall, he was on crutches.
Okay. All right. So that would have been even months before your mother was missing, he was still using crutches.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you knew your mother had a second phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
I believe my father told me.
Okay. And when did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it before she was missing or after?
It was before.
Okay. So your father knew before your mother was missing that she had a second phone?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that your mother ran over your dog, Mia. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or is Ashley's dog, I think?
Ashley and Keely's dog.
Okay. When your mother brought the dog up, did you say it was like on the edge of the garage and the drive part?
I don't remember exactly where it was. I know that we were in the garage at one point praying over and
Okay.
weeping.
Do you remember when that happened?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Was it close in time to when your mother was missing, or was it a few months before?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. You said that y'all typically left the garage door cracked for the
Yes, sir.
dogs. Did you ever just leave it up?
Sure.
Okay. Was it left up often?
I don't recall exactly how many times it was left up, but
Which it wasn't uncommon for the door to be up.
left open or
Yes,
cracked.
yes,
or-
left open.
Sir,
Left open.
there were times, I'm sure.
Okay. And you said you saw a gentleman near the cross. I think you said between the cross and Highway 78.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Bledsoe Cemetery is?
I am aware now. I was not aware at the time.
Right, but now you know where it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He wasn't near the cemetery.
He was, I mean, you're from Dyer County.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
down the hill, it curves to the left,
Okay.
and on that straightaway before it gets to 78.
Before it gets to 78.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was away from the cemetery. You had Bledsoe Cemetery. If you're driving towards 78, you would pass Bledsoe Cemetery, then the cross. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And he was past that?
Yes,
Okay.
that is still by the cemetery.
Right, but it was past the cemetery and past the cross.
It is 200 yards from the cemetery.
Correct. And you stopped and talked to him. Is that
Yes, sir.
right? And you said he was exercising?
Yes, sir. I can still tell you what he was wearing.
What else was he doing? Just exercising?
Well, he claimed he was exercising, but he had a metal detector. He claimed he was looking for his watch.
Okay, all right. But you said he had a watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling officers in your interview that you were about 60% sure he had a watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you wasn't 100% sure that he did?
60%.
Okay, all right. Also, when you talked about that, this was an interview and a statement you gave officers in July of the following year. Correct?
Your Honor, if the witness needs to refresh his memory, he can hand him a document, of course, while I rules.
I think you can ask him if he gave a statement in July of the following year to law enforcement. I see a problem with that question.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Why did you wait until July of the following year to tell anyone about that?
I believe the answer to your question is a lot of the way my family got treated when my mother went missing. There was one time I had walked in there and I was mocked and laughed at and told that, oh, that never holds up in court.
Okay. So,
Because of the verbiage that I used
okay. So you chose not to tell anyone.
for a couple months.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we talk about a couple of months, we're talking about 8, 9 months before you told anyone.
If that's the distance between the date on the interview
Okay.
and the time between mom was missing and
Okay.
found.
Okay, all right. So you didn't think it was very important then?
No, sir, I believe my mother was still alive.
Okay. Even after your mother was found in December, you still didn't tell anyone, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And 7 months later, you decided to tell someone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were talking to officers, did you tell them also that you had been out all night looking for your mother and you were extremely tired?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I explained that I had different hours and I would stay up late at night often.
Okay. Did you also tell them that things were heavy on your mind and you couldn't get it off your mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also told officers that, let me see specifically. Okay, you told officers that you were driving and you were zoned out. Correct?
I don't recall exactly word for word.
Okay.
12 years ago.
You also told them that you had this feeling that was kind of like deja vu and you remembered this man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it was a weird feeling and all of a sudden you remembered that you had seen this guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know who it was, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you find out later who it was?
I did after mom was found.
Okay. And you actually found out because you went home and told your dad you had seen an older man down there, right?
No, sir. It didn't happen like that.
It didn't happen like that. Did your dad pull a video out that had Daryl cells on it and show it to you?
The news had released an interview after mom passed.
Right.
It was on the TV.
Right. And did your dad pull out a copy of that video and show it to you?
I'm not sure if it was a copy of the video, but I thought I had seen it on the TV.
Okay, so if you told officers you got home and let's see, got home, asked dad if older people could be involved with your mom's missing case, and he pulled a video out of Daryl's cells and asked you, was that the guy?
He did not ask me, is that the guy?
But he pulled a video out of Daryl's cells and showed it to you.
Yes.
Okay. Pass it.
No, I do have some questions. In the months before your mother went missing, did you notice a difference?
And my mother?
Yes.
Yes.
Were there times that you would get up while you were home and she would either always be there or not?
Yes.
Did your mother have habits, routines then of how she would get up or work during the daytime?
She was a very early riser.
Were you aware that she was going to the gym pretty actively?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware in the evenings that sometimes she would go out?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that sometimes she would do that without your father or after your sisters were in bed?
Yes, sir.
Were there times that you had to watch your sisters in the evenings because of that?
I don't recall in the evenings, but during the day sometimes, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
When you say your mom was an early riser, what time did she typically get up? Okay. And you said she would go to the gym early. Didn't she usually go after she dropped the kids off, the girls off at school?
I did not know my mother's current schedule.
Oh, I thought you just testified that she went to the gym early.
She would go to the gym early at times, yes.
Okay. What time?
I know that she would be gone sometimes before 6 o'clock.
Okay. And you watched the kids quite a bit, didn't you? Ashley and Keely?
Off and on, yes.
And your dad asked you to watch them a lot, didn't he?
I don't remember a lot.
How many times did your dad ask you to watch Ashley and Keely?
I don't recall.
Once? Twice? More than 5?
It's the same answer. I don't recall.
Did your dad ask you to watch Ashley and Keely so that he could go look for your mother?
At what point?
In the year of 2011?
While she was missing? Or?
No, prior to that.
I don't recall.
You don't recall your dad asking you to watch them so that he could go to Walmart and wait for your mom?
That I do recall.
Okay. That's all.
That's all I have.
Sir, you can step down, thank you.
He can remain in the courtroom if he
You
wants.
can stay in the courtroom if you want. Okay. But you don't have to.
Have you all fallen asleep down there in the chat?
Go ahead, next witness.
David Williams, Your Honor.
David Williams. Don't know who this next person is, but we will find out. I'm so sorry I woke you, Margaret.
Just 1 second.
Sherry's still here with us. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm going to go fix a cup of coffee, you guys, while they get started with this
Are
witness.
you David Williams?
Yes, sir.
And how are you employed, sir?
I have my own consulting and forensics engineering company focused on mobile location, communications networks, and computers.
Sir, can you back away from the microphone just a tad?
Sure. How's this?
We want to be able to hear you. So if you can't hear, let us know. And I guess where do you reside?
St. Louis.
And I guess let's talk about your education and background. Would you just briefly tell us about your education?
I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering focusing on computer engineering from Purdue University in 1983 and a technology MBA from the University of Texas at Austin in 1987.
Okay, this fella is going to put me to sleep. So I'm going to put him on 1.25, maybe 1.5. I'm going to catch up with the chat real quick, though. Hold on. Margaret says, nah, I'm awake. Just camping out in my room, lounging with my laptop on my day off. Yes, that sounds amazing. I'm glad you're with us today. And let's see. Sherry wants one of these.
Okay.
There you go, Sherry. Chaloon says it was handsome man walking hour. 3 guys with beefy dogs I met. Wow. Oh, nice. QB needs some coffee. Margaret says, bring me a snack and some milk. Margaret needs a snack. QB wants a cup of coffee. All right. Ooh, wants a new neighbor, Chaloon says. Nice. All right, I'm going to put this dude on. Let's see how he does on 1.5, okay? Let's see how he does on 1.5.
Do you have a background in mobile location?
Yes, very extensive.
And when I say mobile location, what does that mean?
It's essentially finding, using, or transmitting the location of some sort of device that has some sort of mobile aspect to it. So whether that's a phone or a fighter jet or a car.
Okay, yeah, we're going to leave him at 1.5 because I can deal with him at 1.5. Hmm. Margaret says, house party at Chaloon's. Chaloon says, I've been single almost 1 year. LOL. It's catching up to me. Well, hey, I don't know. Accidentally, like, drop the leash so that he catches the dog for you. I watch too many Hallmark movies, okay? I'm just saying. Drop a piece of mail. Order something that's too heavy for one of those beefy, uh, you know, Lifetime Network over here, right? You'll get the deets if anything exciting happens. Okay, nice. I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's cute. It's so cute. Oh, and she's gonna be peeping out her window and she's gonna say, all right, it's time to go walk the dog. Walking the dog. All right, I'm gonna go make my coffee now. We're leaving this guy at 1.5. I'm gonna take my phone with me. And Chaloon says, I'm so ready for my Hallmark moment. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yes, coffee, coffee, coffee. Okay, I'll be right back.
or your Google Watch or whatever, that kind of thing.
All right. Do you have a background in computer design or technology?
Yes.
When I say computer design, what exactly, would you just explain that to us?
I started out in 1983 in working on the digital redesign of the F-15 fighter radar, and so that involved actually designing a brand new computer as well as tying it into the plane sensors and communicating with the ground and doing target acquisition and targeting and all that kind of stuff. So that's actually an example of all three of those.
All right. And I guess computer design, CDR, when I say CDR, what is that?
Call detail records.
Okay. Do you have some experience with that?
Yes, in particular, I helped design and implement the first generation of location-based services and the enabling location networks for then Nextel as well as AT&T.
Okay. And you have any patents that related to location and communication technology?
Yes, I have 9 patents granted and several others pending. For example, I have a couple patents that use mobile location, communications networks, computers, sensors arrays, even artificial intelligence to detect and hopefully preempt parole violating behavior in a criminal field.
Have you been employed in the mobile communications location profession for a number of years?
I've been focused on it for my own company since 2002. Prior to that, I was essentially focused on it as an associate partner in Accenture's communications and high-tech strategy practice since the mid-90s. And then I, in various forms at different times, including going back to the F-15 radar days as early as 1983.
Have you been employed in also duties involving computer design?
Yes, the location, the patents, for example, but everything from the F-15 work to essentially all sorts of computers, which essentially smartphones are computers, but as well as earlier mobile devices from that involve computer design using microprocessors and associated integrated circuits and that kind of thing. So it's all really tightly integrated together.
Have you written or published anything regarding mobile location communications?
Yes, I've written 4 books.
Have you been consulted involving mobile communication location?
Yes, I've consulted for all of the major wireless carriers, many of the major technology companies. I've also consulted with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, the City of Houston Police Department, and various state entities, including the state of Tennessee.
Have you testified in court before?
I've been deposed on about 65 matters. I think this is testifying in court number 14.
Has that been civil court, criminal court, or
It's 7. This will be the 7th. Most of those are criminal court, ranging from one's the City of Houston Police Department, but there's also the state of Ohio, the state of Tennessee, the state of New York, and as well as Canadian court.
have you testified in the last few years in West Tennessee criminal court?
Once.
Okay. Can I hand this to the witness and hand it to you, Mr. Williams, and ask you to review this? Do you recognize that, sir?
It's my CD.
Or is that the one that you provided to us?
Yes.
And does that list the things that you just testified in detail about your background and education and experience?
Varying levels of detail. For example, my essential work was 9 years, but it's only like a paragraph or two in here. So,
Yeah, well, we can only have it so long.
right.
Okay.
If I had everything, frankly, it'd be 10 times as long.
All right. We asked that be admitted as exhibit. It's a CV. You wish the board hour to witness it.
Hang on just a second. That's, gonna be admitted as number 42.
Judge, we're going to tender the witness as a mobile location, is an expert in that area.
Expert in, help me.
Mobile, it's long-term, mobile location communication networks and computer design.
Did the state want a board out witness? No. Okay, court will accept Mr. Williams as an expert in mobile location, communication, network, and computer design. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to get correct.
Let me go on and ask you some questions. You were present when the other gentleman that testified about the cell phone data and the lady, you observed their communication about the computer data?
I was here for the gentleman agent, and then I watched the female agent from last week on Court TV.
And did you receive some discovery material with some of the material that they testified about?
Yes.
Several months back or a year back?
Various times over a long period of time.
And the items you reviewed, were they some of the telephone data and computer data that was testified about by the state's experts?
Yes.
And did you use that to sort of examine and give an opinion that would be in this case?
I examined it and consulted on various things that I observed or analyzed.
All right. Did you do that to give advice so you could help the defense lawyers understand the data?
Correct.
All right. Now, some of the things that were testified involving the telephone communications and cell towers. Let me start out just in simple terms. A cell tower, is there anything that you want to explain about that? That some things were said about it in their testimony, and I just want to make sure it's not confusing. A cell tower, how does it operate?
Well, the first agent did a partial picture of the cell tower, focusing on the antenna array that actually communicates with mobile devices, but that's not the only part of the cell tower. There's also essentially a big computer system at the base of the tower that is called a base station or base transceiver station that essentially has all sorts of different equipment for helping collect and process and route or reroute information, voice or data calls throughout the rest of the network. There's also what's called backhaul capability, which is essentially a high capacity communications capability to and from the tower, from other towers or from other nodes in the network. Those can be connected to the tower either via fiber optic or cable, or if you ever look at the cell tower and you see kind of like this little satellite thing sticking out in the middle, that's a microwave transmission that helps in transmitting large quantities of data from one tower onto the next tower.
Now, you said something, and when you talk about it, you said something about a network node. What exactly is that? Is that important?
It is important for my analysis. A wireless carrier network, Verizon, predominantly in this case, has literally tens of thousands of nodes, of which the cell towers could be one or actually different pieces of equipment could be individual nodes within that cell tower. And as you're transmitting or receiving a voice call or you're doing a search on your phone, it's connecting at some point to a cell tower that then connects to all sorts of other nodes throughout the network to finally get to your destination. What's related important is each one of those nodes has a specific address. It's called an IP address or internet protocol. And that helps determine where and how the data gets routed from your phone to Facebook or Google or whatever. And it's kind of like the road system, though in this case, every single node has to have an identifying address to know where the data should go in each part of the network to finally get at the end destination.
Now, their expert and the term IP address was brought up. What exactly is that, just basically?
It's essentially the mailing address for the node. So in contrast to like the postal system where you just know the sending address and the receiving address, and you kind of hope that the mail carrier knows how to get from A to B, so to speak. Every single node in the network has to be known so that as you connect through these literally tens of thousands of nodes, of which there is literally many hundreds of thousands of possibilities if you think about all the different directions that something could go. So the data knows exactly where to go, particularly when you're sending data information that's broken down into tiny little pieces called packets. And literally you can have, in just a Google search, you can have literally dozens of packets flying all over the place in different directions, but it has to know ultimately where to get to, as well as being guided along the way to ultimately get to your end destination.
Now, the term network extender, you heard that explained by the state experts.
Yes.
Do you want to just tell us in basic English what that means? Or?
I'll tell you what it's not. It's not this thing sitting in your house that is like this amplifier that your phone connects to and then broadcasts out on giant volume to the nearest cell towers. That's not what that is. Instead, it's much more of like a piece of computer equipment where the phone connects to the network extender. The extender is connected to your home computer router, and then your computer router goes kind of back through the underground, if you will, through the underlying computer network to the appropriate cell tower within the Verizon network. So in that kind of path, nothing is actually transmitted over the air except the original communication to and from the network extender and your phone.
All right. You had a chance to look at the slides and the presentation by the state's experts. Because of that, did you prepare some notes or something to use to aid you in your testimony?
Yes, 2 slides.
And if I could hand these to the witness. Wait a minute. You get a clean copy, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I ask, would you just take those and look at them and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
And I guess, would you just take one and hold it up and tell me the one with the map? Don't show it yet.
So the first agent testified towards the very tail end of her testimony about the data points that occurred after, as she said, the Karen Swift phone disconnected from the network extender at 4:38.
Did you prepare that diagram or map?
I did, to illustrate that if what she said was accurate.
Well, let's all get into interpretation. Is that a true and accurate copy of what you prepared?
I'm sorry, yes, it is.
All right. I asked that that be made an exhibit.
Number 43, and that is the map.
Matt, how would you characterize that?
It's called, it has the title Cell Towers Involved.
Cell towers involved.
Karen Swift phone, 4:38 a.m. to 5:09 a.m.
And if you give that to the bailiff and he'll. If you will. Thank you, sir. Judge, I asked to publish that to the jury if I could on the screen.
You want on the screen?
Yes, sir.
If technology is our friend this afternoon.
May not be.
Not a power
Sure
outage.
wasn't this morning, but.
Do you have a copy of it?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Williams? Yeah, you have it.
I have it.
We're gonna put it on the screen so the jury can see it while you're talking about it, if we can do it. Well, things worked right today. All right. Now, I know. Is what's on the map, is that what you're testifying about in that exhibit?
Correct.
And so the jury can see it on the screen. Would you just tell us what you think is important about what you prepared?
So in the agent's testimony at the end of last week, at the end of it, she made reference to the signals that happened after the phone supposedly disconnected from the network extender at 4:38, and she kind of waved those off in a way to just kind of saying, well, there's one southwest of the house and another southeast, and then there's another one at 5:04. And what the point of reason for doing this is all of that supposedly happened within a 31-minute time period, and in particular, the last 4 happened within a 12-minute time period. If, as she implied, that the phone was essentially moving around in order to connect to all these cell towers, in my opinion, that does not pass the reasonableness test, particularly given how low density, how few cell towers there are in this area. Particularly as the agent particularly also said, she thought at 5:09 or the 5:04, excuse me, the phone ended up near the house. So essentially, if she was right, in this period of 31 minutes, and particularly 12 minutes between 5:37 and 4:57 and 5:09, the phone was traveling all over the place to connect to all these other cell towers to wind up just nearby the house. In my opinion, that did not seem reasonable.
And is that because of the way the cell towers or the network extender worked?
That was kind of the end result observation. And then to essentially dissect that, I then looked at the technical detail, including how the network extender works, to see if what I thought was an unreasonable interpretation was supported by the technical data. And it was, in my opinion, supported by the technical data.
All right. Did you prepare another slide to use as an aid to your testimony?
Yes.
Can I pass this to the witness? Yeah. I know, but I got to introduce this as an exhibit. So,
Yes, this is it.
true and accurate copy of what you prepared.
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, I asked that what I just handed, which is what would you title this?
Well, the actual data is.
An examination of the data?
Is the examination data of the 731-377-5549 CDR 3G report.
Is 5549 the cell phone that was identified previously, Karen Swift?
Yes.
All right, I asked it to be made an exhibit.
Except for 44.
Do you have a copy of what I just handed you?
I do.
All right. Judge, I asked that that new exhibit just be published to the jury. All right. Can everybody?
I think it has.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're supposed to ask permission. Can everybody see that? You may not be able to see all the numbers. Would you just kind of explain to us what information you've arranged on this slide that you think is important in this interpretation?
I will do so in as non-technical manner as I can do. First, it needs to be pointed out that this data, the spreadsheet portion of the data, not the highlighting or the annotations, was provided in a separate file from the rest of what I would call normal call detailed handling records. And all that was in this file was this one 5-line spreadsheet in one tab. And then in the second tab was data about the network extender only. Who owned it, what switch it was connected to, where the latitude and longitude was. It was only about the network extender. It was not a typical CDR, call detail handling record. It was only information about the network extender. So that's kind of point number 2 added to my reasonableness test. There's other information on here that points to the bottom line, which is Karen Swift's phone did not disconnect from the network extender until 5:09, not as the agent said at 4:38. The reasonable test, the source of the file. Also, if you look in the middle, the home router, it's called home agent, it's called HAIP, it's home agent IP. That is the router that the network extender was connected to. As you can see, that is the exact same address for all of those line items.
When you say address, do you mean like IP number?
Like that's the reason I introduced the concept of IP. It's an IP address specific to that home router. And it's the same for every one of these line items. That very strongly implies that every one of those line items was connected to that home router, meaning through the network extender. Now, I've highlighted in red what's called network extender EDVO with an IP address underneath it. In my opinion, that is what the prosecution was relying on to say the only network extender line item was this, what's labeled number 1 that ends at 438. To me, that is a misinterpretation of that line item. That is under a column called PCFIP, which is called Packet Control Function. And like I see here, it's true that the network extender is the only one labeled for that 438 line item, but that's not an identifier for the network extender. All that is doing is saying, okay, you need to go to this IP address in order to get more information about where the data that's involved should be sent on to next. And the reason why that might be different from one line item to the next is because of the service option that is involved in the last column. As you can see, only the last line item is labeled EVD. That's evolution, voice, and data. It's a certain kind of data voice combination that there's a zillion. You can literally spend days on it trying to understand it. But the point is, it's a distinct service option from the other line items, which with the other items being EVDO, which is evolution data optimized, which is high speed data, and then 1X, which is actually the earlier generation 2.5G data. Point being is those service options were different than the last one. Therefore, it is very logical for them to have different PCIP addresses. All of them being routed through the network extender, however, as an initial entry point into the network. And then finally, the cell tower ID. The cell tower ID, as described by the original agent, she was using that essentially for this first slide, saying these were just additional data points that are not really important, and they were connected to these other cell IDs, cell towers, and really that's kind of the end of it. Well, in my interpretation of this data, the cell tower ID was really just going to the specific cell that had the necessary equipment for the service option involved in order to be appropriately routed to its next destination. And so it had nothing to do with over-the-air transmission from the phone directly to the cell tower. Instead, it was going from the phone through the network extender, through the router, through the back of the Verizon network, routed to the specific cell tower where it had the appropriate equipment to then process the data service option type to ultimately the next stage in its destination.
Now, you prepared and labeled all this data on this slide?
Yes.
You had a column marked when? What does that signify? The
That,
event?
because these line items were in kind of reverse chronological order, with the earliest one being at the bottom, I labeled them 1, and then consecutively 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that corresponds to the original map that essentially, if you interpreted the cell, it being communicating with a cell tower, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was bouncing all over the place, which is, like I said, not an appropriate interpretation.
So did you inputted the data that you received and put it on the slide as to what you thought was the important information to demonstrate the different items that you have listed on here?
Correct.
And is there anything else you want to say about this slide or conclusions about your interpretation after examining all the data, hearing the state's testimony about this?
I should point out that in the gray box is Karen Swift's phone address. As you can see, that's the same IP address. The phone has its own IP address. That's the same one for all 5 of those. And there's lots of material within the discovery that confirms that that specific address was for Karen Swift's 5549 number. So I just wanted to confirm that last piece.
So basically, let me ask you this. You mentioned the 504. What is your conclusion or opinion about the significance of that?
There's a line item at 504 that showed up in various places in the prosecution's testimony. And it's my view that the prosecution conflated that over-the-air call with a different call that just happened to be at 504 that went through this back hall through the router processing that was done. And the reason I believe that is first and foremost in the time. The time is 5:04. Start time is at 5:04. The end time on this piece of discovery material for the network extender is also at 5:04. In the normal call detail record where this other 5:04 data session occurred, it started at 5:04, but in that record it has seconds. It starts at 5:04, 54 seconds, and ends at 5:05 and 9 seconds. If it was exactly the same one in the same call, it would have shown up, in my opinion, as 5:04 to 5:05 on this document. It didn't. It was just a coincidence. And my interpretation is that there was a data that the phone wanted to communicate. It started on the network extender. The phone fell off the network extender and happened to be within range of the cell tower that it could then over the air connect to and finish off that data transmission. So it was kind of back-to-back data sessions as opposed to conflating them as being one and the same.
Okay. Now, when, in your opinion, do you believe Karen Swift's phone was left the network extender for the final time?
5:09.
And that's upon examining all the data?
Yes.
And listening to state's testimony?
Yes.
Now, as far as, is there any proof of David Swift's phone leaving the house?
No.
As far as the computers, we talked about computer design and your background in it. Did you hear the testimony about the Gateway laptop?
Yes.
And you heard the state's testimony about that. Is as far as usernames, you heard the testimony. Are there any conclusions or observations you make about that? Is it common for people to have more than one username or one username?
It is my experience that on a shared computer, most people do one username. And that even extends back to my days of installing early PCs and for various companies, and PCs were expensive and so on and so forth. They did not want to mess with having individual usernames. They wanted just something to have a little bit of security, so the janitor can't log on or whatever, but make it easy to just anybody who needed to use the computer just know what the login was and get to it, as opposed to having every individual one that then you have to worry about people forgetting or losing the password or whatever.
Now, a common area, and you have no personal knowledge of where this Gateway computer was located in the house.
No, I don't.
But a common area could be in a kitchen, on a table, or at a desk in a living room.
Yeah.
There's been some testimony about an iPhone and a passcode, a password. Are those different things?
A passcode is generally it can be 6-digit number. A password can be really anything you want, numbers or letters or special characters.
And is that something that to download items on pictures that the person would know or would have to activate their passcode, the 4 digits, and also the password, or not?
If they already had a passcode or password on their phone, they would have to enter it. They plug it into the computer before you can do anything. You need to enter the passcode. Apple's has always been extremely security conscious in that respect.
And I guess photos could be downloaded, back then, photos could be downloaded from an iPhone.
Yep.
It would involve the phone being hooked into the computer, or could it be done some other way?
At that point in time, I'm almost certain that you needed an actual cable. You couldn't do it via Bluetooth or other wireless techniques.
And if the testimony was that whoever had this iPhone changed the passwords and just changed the passwords and the information, would it be reasonable to think that the person that had downloaded these pictures had that information in order to access the iPhone?
Yes.
Just 1 second, I'm almost finished. And I guess we talked about the passcodes, and would there be some data from the iPhone identifying if it was downloaded on a computer or not back then?
Frankly, I'm not a photo identification expert.
Okay.
That said, when you're downloading data of any sort, or I should say transferring data from any sort from one device to the next, there is all sorts of what's called metadata. And in my experience, the majority of the time that there is some identification information included in that metadata, but I couldn't speak for certain if that would be the case in this situation.
And if there's some possibility or testimony that there were common users on that laptop, these photos could be downloaded from an iPhone or camera to the laptop? Okay. That's all I have.
I noticed there are no sectors. You identify on your map towers, but you don't identify the sectors from which the phone connected to those towers. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because there were no sectors in that data file and the phone wasn't connecting directly to those cell towers.
Okay.
And in fact, that's another indicator that that communication was going through the back route as opposed to direct.
Okay. And so is this what you examined to determine this? Oh, yeah. I mean, they're your.
I see what you're saying.
You looked at this to figure out that.
Wait, one at a time.
Yeah. So there was, as I believe the agent testified, when Verizon records, there are many files that come in, they're called detailed records. I imported all of those files into my tool, and those had the cell site ID and the location of those cells in that. In this particular file that you've got there, it had the cell ID, but it did not have the location.
Okay. So did you hear Agent Rexon's testimony about the RTT session at 504, which is, I believe, line 2?
Yes.
And she described that as a 15-second session?
Yes.
Okay. And you think she was incorrect?
No, it was from 504.54 to 505.09.
Okay. And she drew and she utilized the sector that tower was being accessed with. And you're saying that's not true, that she was incorrect.
That was for a separate call from what's on this
So
file.
you're saying that this phone was still on the network extender at 504?
I'm saying there was a consecutive set of data sessions. There was initially one that started at 504 and ended sometime in 504. We don't have the seconds to specify that. She fell off the network extender. The phone fell off the network extender. Presumably, well, I shouldn't even say presumably, a scenario supporting that would be if she was getting ready to leave, went outside, fell off the extender, but could see the actual cell tower and connected to that tower over the air. So the first session was through the network extender and home router. And then as she moved away from the extender, she was able to get a connection to this tower that in effect completed that transaction.
So she was on the network extender until 4:38. You're saying she went outside, connected to a tower, and then came back inside?
I'm saying that there were multiple data sessions where her phone was connected to the network extender, listed here, originally 208 to 438, then the next several ones are a minute or less, I believe, which means that she was wandering in and out of, having trouble essentially maintaining a connection to the network extender. By the way, relevant to this, the agent testified that the range of the network extender was 50 feet. Well, the user manual for this says 40 feet, and the communications with Verizon, when asked specifically what the range of the extender was, said 30 to 50 feet.
Did you have something with you to verify that?
It's part of the discovery material. Not with me.
Oh, God.
Sorry, not by me.
Okay. So Verizon just neglected to, when they were asked to provide a 3G report, and they gave us this information about the network extender time, they just forgot, you're saying, to send us this other network extender connection information?
This is what was provided by Verizon, and as they stated in the communications, which I don't have, is generally they don't support the network extender. That is a responsibility of whoever provided it, which is in this case Mr. Swift's company. But they provided what they had, and this is what they had, along with a second tab that provided specific information, including the 911 location for that, who the company was, even what's called the MAC address, Media Access Control, which is a very specific address for the network extender. So in my opinion, that file was only for the network extender, but the additional data provided here, in my view, directly supports that interpretation.
And your opinion is that this phone went off the network extender. You're saying that number 5 on there, that it went on and off the network extender at 5:09.
Yes.
Now for the final time, you're saying, so she's leaving the house for the final time at 5:09.
Again, it's a short range, 30 to 50 feet. So she could have been just wandering in and out. That's not very far, frankly, but wandering in and out of the range. But the last data point is at 5:09.
Isn't it convenient that you testified today that her phone went off the network extender for the final time, the exact same time it quit accepting data?
No, I wouldn't say it's a coincidence. It's probably either the phone was turned off or it was destroyed shortly thereafter.
So your testimony is you think it's probable that Karen walked out of her house off the network extender, threw her own phone down and smashed it?
If there was no additional communication from the time she left the range of the network extender to 5:09 to when it was either turned off or destroyed, it didn't have to occur immediately. There could have been some time gap.
But if she, for say, were to get in a car and start driving somewhere, wouldn't it be reasonable to expect her phone to start hitting more towers at that point?
You have the voice calls, you only have the tower related call detailed records when you're making or receiving a call, making or receiving a text, or sending or receiving data. The actual last data transmission associated with the network switch that I examined on this ended at 5:07. So that means to me that whatever things that were being done by the phone, either initiated by her or transmitted for part of the system, ended at 5:07, and there was no additional immediate reason for the phone to reconnect to the network once she left the extender at 5:09.
So when Agent Rexing was testifying that your phone is constantly looking for towers to connect to, and if you're moving, say in a car, and you move out of the vicinity of one tower into the next, it automatically searches for that next tower. You're saying she was incorrect?
The call detailed records do not track your every single movement as you go from one tower through the next tower throughout the day. That would be trillions of records over the course of the day for everybody's phone. It captures the data when it needs to. In the case of the network extender, when it gets on or falls off. In the case of regular over-the-air towers, it's when you are receiving or transmitting a voice call, when you are receiving or transmitting a text call, or you are receiving or sending data. It's not 24/7.
But you would expect her phone to contact the tower at some point after 5:09. If she left the network extender, wouldn't her phone naturally search for a tower to connect to?
It doesn't mean it would be reported through the CDR process unless she was doing a voice, text, or data session.
Or because her phone was destroyed at 5:09?
Or the phone was turned off or destroyed shortly thereafter.
That's all I have, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I introduce this as an exhibit? Yes. That's actually.
Felt like that guy was getting a little bit irritated. Maybe it had something to do with that he was talking at 1.5 speed. I don't know. All right. They're doing a little sidebar. Ooh, check out the dude's jacket in the back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break, our afternoon 10-minute break, you know, the usual 10 minutes. So, again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Do not form or express an opinion, okay? We'll see you back in about 10 minutes. Do you need some privacy with Mr. Swift? Okay, all right. Well, we're going to stay in recess for about 10 minutes then, and I'll if you need to. Yeah.
All right, let's go through their 10-minute break. That was quick.
Ready, General, you ready? Mr. Taylor, are you going to call any additional witnesses, sir?
I am not. The defense is going to rest.
Okay. So let me hear once again from Mr. Swift about his decision not to testify.
Judge, I talked to Mr. Swift about the decision to testify and what that means and the benefits and the pluses and negatives. It is entirely his decision. After discussing that, I believe his decision is that he is not going to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Swift?
Correct.
All right.
I think that's all we need
Yes.
to do in light of what we've done before. Say no if it's going. Once he reads, you're gonna call any rebuttal proof.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, let's talk through for just a second. Timing wise, we need about 15 or 20 minutes to sift through the charge together. You all have had the charge should have had it by, well, probably maybe a long time ago. Nothing changed about that, except I've added a couple of potential that I want to go over with you. And we need to agree on what to take out.
Judge, just for the sake of being the most accurate, can we get another copy of the charge?
I have the one that I have, and that's all I have. I will go.
Okay, I'm going to skip through this general chitter chatter and see when they do their closings or any kind of rebuttal. I don't know if they're going to have a rebuttal or not.
The next lesser says, give me a chance to fill out this. The evidence in this case has now been completed, and it is my duty now to instruct you.
Okay, so it looks like he's doing the jury instructions.
Commits the offense of reckless aggravated assault. And you know that there are multiple media outlets covering the trial. You should know.
All right, you guys, we're going to scooch on. That was quick and painless, right? Let's hold on just a second. Let me stop the screen share. Let me go over to day 7. Let me go find day 7. All right, here's day 7. Let me share this with you guys. All right, there's that. Look at that guy's jacket on day 7. Lord have mercy. Look at his jacket, y'all. The one he had on for day 6 that we just finished watching looked like a black and white, like snakeskin jacket, or not literal snakeskin. I'm assuming it was just a print, but that's what it looked like from a distance. What? Okay, kiddo is demanding a snack. So let's get to where we need to be. And then we will. Wow, that's a colorful pair right there. I like her, whatever that is that she's wearing, though. That's kind of cool.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, baby. Yeah, he's bringing the jackets back, right, Gail? Hey, Gail. Good to see you. How are you feeling, honey? Did you just sneak in, or have you been here and I've just like my brain is not fully functioning? Never. Dolly called. She wants her coat of many colors back. That's funny. That's funny. All right, let's see
Please
what
be seated. Good morning, everyone.
they are going to do from the beginning.
Well, our plan from yesterday was to begin closing arguments this morning. Are we ready to go with that?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. General, how long does the state take? You'll need?
Maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I haven't timed it, to be honest.
We think.
Close to the same range, Your Honor. Of course, they get 2 arguments if they want. 25, 30 minutes tops.
Mom.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's umbrellas over there, baby. Gail says, I've been here a while. I'm doing good. It only hurts when I move. But I'm sorry, Gail. That stinks.
Oh,
Does it smell bad, Jolie?
yeah.
Does it stink?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to she's like bound and determined that she wants her snack now. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit the play button, run and grab her a snack, and then I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. But I'll take my phone with me in case they go to a sidebar or something. You know how they do.
I tell you what, I think each side will have 45 minutes for final argument. That will include your rebuttal as well, if you feel like that's sufficient to get you through both.
I think it will.
Okay. I'm going to enforce it. I get it. You know, sometimes I set a limit and I don't do anything about it. But we rarely have a lengthy final argument. So we'll go 45 minutes. You want me to, if you get to 30 minutes, you want me to let you know?
No, sir. You can clear your throat if you want to, Judge.
I could hold up. How much time you have left?
Just clear your throat for a while.
Something like that. One of the things I want to be clear about is during the course of the trial, certain evidence has been excluded. Some of the state's evidence has been excluded and some of the proof offered by the defendant have been excluded. There will not be a reference to proof that's been excluded in this case. One of the things that comes to mind, 2 things that come to my mind immediately would be one, some of the portion of the internet searches that were, that the state didn't offer and that were excluded. The other part would be, I think originally you asked some questions of the investigator about the political implications, and we're not going to make references to either of those kinds of evidence or anything else in closing argument that was excluded from evidence.
And also the TBI diagrams, I understand that if it's not in evidence to the jury, it's not going to be mentioned.
Correct. You're talking about the diagrams that were contained in the TBI file?
Right, they weren't introduced.
Correct.
There was testimony.
That's right, the court excluded those.
Right. There was testimony through the officer.
Okay, all right. Are we, everybody, is that give you all what you need guideline wise to go by?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'm making the corrections to the jury charge that I found while reading them yesterday and consulted with you all. And I found a couple of typos that I read correctly. I'm having the printed version corrected this morning so that what the jury gets will be the correct version of the instructions that were read to them. They'll have exactly what was read to them there. Over some of the definitions a lot of times I made reference that those terms had already been defined for them, but they are set out in connection with each charge over and over, so that they don't have to refer back in order to figure out what those are with respect to any given charge, either the indicted charge or the lessers. They'll have all the definitions they need with each charge there. Anything else that you all can think of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you ready for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, State will go first.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. Well, good morning to all of you all. How's everybody feeling this morning? Tell me that first. Everybody good? All the way down. As far as you can tell me, were there any problems with the admonitions that the court's been giving for overnight? Nobody is aware of any violations by themselves or anyone else in the matter. Everybody feels like they're able to proceed this morning. We're at the point in trial where I told you, or first thing in the trial, really the last thing before you begin deliberations are the closing arguments by the lawyers. Under our procedural rules, the state goes first in closing arguments, followed by the defendant, and then the state has an opportunity, excuse me, the state has an opportunity to close then after that. And so, General Goodman, Mr. Box?
Ready.
All right.
Karen and David Swift's marriage ended sometime around 3:30 a.m. on October 30th, 2011. Sadly, it didn't end the way Karen had envisioned it might when she filed for divorce earlier that month from David. But for all intents and purposes, their marriage had been over for a long time. You heard the troubles their relationship had, from David's affair that bore a son, to a divorce, to Karen's affair that caused David to believe that a quick, hasty move to Tennessee would change things, so abrupt that he left his oldest son, Preston, in Arkansas, so abrupt that Karen didn't even see the house that they moved to in Tennessee before they moved into it. But the move only made Karen more independent from David. Her desire to be free from him only grew in Dyersburg. Karen made friends in Dyersburg. David did not. Karen was liked by many people she met in Dyersburg, and you've heard from several of them during the course of the trial. David struggled to fit in, and David's jealousy drove them further apart. His behavior was so bizarre that he was barred from Karen's friends' homes. David's controlling and stalking behavior ultimately led to Karen borrowing money from her friends and filing for divorce. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the spark that lit the powder keg. For a man who thrived on control, Karen was about to strip that away from him. They were struggling financially as a family. David couldn't afford to maintain the lifestyle he was accustomed to and pay child support and alimony. He wouldn't see his girls as nearly often as he had before. And while those things were important to him, losing control of Karen was the most important to him. Recall the testimony of his obsessive behavior when it came to Karen. Remember the testimony of him hiding in her Murano at Walmart and then confronting Kathy Bona when they returned. Remember how he stalked Amanda MacArthur and Karen when they were just going to Big Lots. Remember how he stalked her at Applebee's while she was just having dinner with Jenny Garion. Remember how he surprised Janie Helm in her own backyard while he was trying to spy on Karen at the Bonas. And those are just the times we know of. Those are just the times he got caught. But that's the backstory. Let's get down to the murder of Karen Swift. I submit David's preparation to kill Karen started in earnest on August 25th when he twisted his knee, his previously injured knee at work in Tanaris. He was just standing there and he flopped into the arms of a coworker. That was his first manifestation of his intent to kill Karen. He would very publicly hobble around on crutches and pretend to be injured so people would think that there was no way that he could kill his wife. But what do we know about his claim of being disabled? Well, let's first go to the 29th. You recall Mr. Terry Harris talking about how David could drag 60-pound hay bales with no trouble. Carrie Smith, his physical therapist, told you there's a big difference in being able to carry something and being able to drag it. You also heard Carrie Smith tell you that he began a physical therapy regimen with David on November 16th, just weeks after Karen's murder. Mr. Smith knew better than anyone of David's physical capabilities at the time of the murder. And he stated without reservation that in his professional opinion, David was capable of dragging Karen's lifeless body out of the house, into a vehicle, and down into the kudzu at Bledsoe Cemetery. Let's continue with the morning of the 29th. Remember, David goes to the skating rink and has that bizarre conversation with a woman he didn't even know. Later that day, David takes Keeley to the mall and encounters Janie Helm again. He tells her, this was the same Janie Helm who told him to stay out of her backyard, the same Janie Helm who witnessed him driving up and down the road in front of the Bonas house whenever she would be visiting them. David told Janie about Karen's rebuff of his romantic invitation to a reconciliation dinner that night. He even asked if he could go back in her yard that night and spy on Karen again. As one might imagine, she again told him no. That dinner invitation rebuff was also recounted to you by Jason Creasy, Miss Swift's attorney. I submit that rejection that night was the straw that broke the camel's back, ladies and gentlemen. David goes home from the mall and he stews. He's sitting there with Keeley. Rejection eats at him while Karen is out partying with the Bonas and the Lees. And it finally sinks into him that night. Karen is really leaving him, and this time it's forever. After the party, the Bonas go with Karen and they get some fries and they head back to her house. Karen planned to spend the night with the Bonas that night, but you could tell by the text that I provided to you that David sent Karen that he didn't know that. He texted her around 10. When were you coming home? Go in the side door. The garage door's closed. Keeley's in bed with me. Karen and the Bonas hadn't been at the Bonas long when Ashley, who had been at a sleepover, texted Karen. She wanted Karen to pick her up and come home. And of course, that's what Karen immediately did. Now, David's versions of events, what happened that night, varied. We know it was 2:08 a.m. because that's when Karen's iPhone connected to the network extender at the Swift home. But David's story generally was that he talked to Karen and Ashley briefly, and then he went back to bed and slept until 10 o'clock the next morning when he discovered that Karen and her Murano were missing. But what was he really doing while he claimed to be asleep? We know from Special Agent Wade that he was awake because he was active on his computer from around 2:45 to 3:30. And what's he doing on his computer during that time? Well, we know he's accessing photos of Karen's tattoo. And I submit he's also accessing a device of Karen's, because what are the chances David's going to have 25 plus pictures of Karen's landscaping jobs on his phone? I submit David was sitting up in his room getting angry and angrier at the woman who rejected him. He's sitting in his room until his anger boils over and he decides to end his humiliation and end his marriage. But again, not in the way Karen had envisioned. I have to be candid. It is impossible to tell you the exact manner or mechanism of Karen's death. You heard Dr. Ross, the medical examiner, state to many questions, the body was simply too decomposed to tell. I submit to you, though, that given the physical evidence that we have, it is likely that David strangled Karen, dragged her body to the garage, and ended her life, if she wasn't already dead, with a blow to the head. However, to prove David killed Karen, the state is not required to prove the exact means of Karen's death beyond a reasonable doubt. What we are required to prove is who killed Karen beyond a reasonable doubt. Who, not how, is the decision you will have to make here. Now go back to David is up in his room. He's formulating his plan. He knows Ashley's a problem for his plans for Karen because she's in bed with Karen. He can't risk waking Ashley. So he goes down, he picks her up and puts her in Keely's room next door. And then he goes back to Karen. He had to get control of her somehow. I submit that he strangled her because her nails were not broken. There was no fingernail under, no DNA, under her fingernails. Those are classic signs of a victim that didn't struggle. What is important that Karen, he then drags her to the garage. With Karen's head lying on the concrete floor, he administers a powerful blow to her head. The exact object cannot be known, according to the medical examiner, Dr. Ross. And I submit ultimately it's unimportant for our consideration here today. What is important is that she did receive a blow so powerful that it fractured the right side of her skull into pieces, sending chips of bone into her brain. The left side of her brain experienced less severe fracturing, consistent with being held against a solid object, such as a garage floor. The opposing forces that were administered to her head caused the natural sutures in her head that were hardened when she was a child to come apart. Whatever state she was in entering the garage, that blow to the head ended her life. Dr. Ross testified that this wound could have been a closed head wound, which means no blood or maybe very little blood. I submit there might have been some blood because all the bleach bottles in the backyard. Late October is not the time to clean a pool. And I submit from the photo of the pool and evidence behind the bleach bottles, that pool hadn't been attended to for quite some time. Now Karen is dead and David is faced with a dilemma, what to do with her body. First, he has to worry about Ashley waking up. Remember, Keely's still upstairs in his bed. Either one wakes up alone and he's caught. So he moves Keely from his bed to downstairs with Ashley, where he had moved her previously. That way, if either girl wakes up, they will have the other one and hopefully go back to sleep. David loads Karen's body into either her Murano or his Volvo, drives the 6 minutes to the cross, and drags her into a depression. Now he's in a hurry, so he doesn't have a lot of time to cover her body up. So he drags her into a little dip, and he hopes that is sufficient enough for her not to be seen by anybody who was driving or walking by. And it worked. She wasn't found for 40 days. The distance that he had to drag her from that road, and you see it in the picture there, it's not a formal paved road, but it's a path that's obviously traveled a lot by cars, was only about 20 feet, the testimony showed. I submit that the picture of Karen's body and her underpants completely support that she was dragged. Normally, when underpants are worn, they are up around the hips. Karen's was down. You could imagine that somebody dragging a body, the underpants would naturally scrape across the earth and have them pull down somewhat. I submit that if you look at that gruesome photo of the body that's submitted into evidence, you will see that that is what happened to her underpants. Now that his task is accomplished, David heads back. He has more work to do, the cover up. He's got to make it look like she just took off in the middle of the night. So he gets an idea. I'll make it look like she had a flat. Drive her car down the road and leave it like she abandoned it after getting a flat tire. So he takes an item that's in every garage in America almost, a screw and a screwdriver, and he inserts the screw into her tire. But what he didn't count on was that the screw wouldn't have caused the tire to go flat immediately. So he's forced to deflate it. And he does that by manually depressing the stem. He goes back to the house and collects Karen's iPhone. The phone goes off the network extender at 4:38 and down the road he goes. This is consistent with what Miss Mary McWhorters told you she heard and when she heard it. The defense will have you believe that her phone did not go off the network extender until 5:09. Their expert testified, don't believe Verizon and their records, believe me. What makes his testimony so unbelievable is he'd have you believe that at 5:09, she left the house and immediately turned off her phone. But what's interesting is that he really didn't have an answer for at 5:09, that exact moment she left the house, her iPhone quit accepting data forever. Think about it. How likely is it that you're leaving your house to meet someone and the second you walk out of your door, you turn your phone off? It just doesn't follow. But let's go back to what really happened. There are two flaws in David's plan he didn't count on. First, driving a car on a flat tire is noisy. So much so that he woke his neighbor, Mary McWhorters. Second, it most likely didn't occur to him before he started out on his journey that he couldn't just drive her car to some far off place. He'd have to walk back. And walking back on the side of the road at that time of night, when only people who were walking, that's not of their own choosing, would be on the road. He would draw attention if somebody drove down the road and saw him walking. So he leaves the car at the first intersection, Harness and Millsfield. Mr. Bolden and the defense's tire experts testified that the front tire that was flat showed extensive run flat damage, consistent with being driven on while flat for a good distance. At the highway, David makes another mistake. David's tall. Karen was short. He forgot to move the seat back forward when he got out. You heard Deputy Alexander testify that he's 6'2", and when he got in the car, he didn't have to move the seat back. It's an understandable mistake. David had a lot on his mind at that time. So he gets out of the car and begins the short walk home, 5 minutes at a leisurely pace. Then he remembers he still has Karen's phone. He can't take it back in the house because the network extender will register that. So he stomps it into what you see in the pictures and tosses it in the brush off the abandoned driveway on Harness, which is on his way back home. I submit to you that the iPhone is critical in this case because logic will tell you that the person that smashed Karen's iPhone also smashed Karen. Agent Rexon testified that before it was destroyed, the iPhone was somewhere on the wide arc she just showed you in the pictures. She also told you the tower connections that she read in the RTT reports showed that the phone was most likely in that bottom arc away from the Mississippi River, and the bottom part of the arc, which is where Karen's body was disposed of, where the Swift home was, where the phones were discovered, and where the car was abandoned. So common sense and simple math tell us that it was on the far right side of the arc because Marty Lamb and Jimmy Martin both testified that they saw Karen's vehicle at 5:15, just 6 minutes after the iPhone was destroyed. So when was Karen's iPhone smashed and tossed in the weeds? Again, that's something I can't give you an exact answer to. The phone was found, we know the phone had its last contact with Verizon at 5:09. It was found by Trooper Page 145 feet off Harness Road in the woods. That driveway that led into that was only 578 feet from the Swift home and directly on the path David would have taken going home. And because it was destroyed, that iPhone no longer connected to the network extender or to Verizon's towers. The twist about Karen's phones is this. Remember, the iPhone was found right beside the Voyager phone. What was the last activity of the Voyager phone? Agent Wade testified to you that at 9:55 that morning, it called voicemail. That's 5 hours after almost 5 hours after Karen's iPhone was destroyed. Agent Wade told you that call does not appear on the Voyager's Verizon records. And Agent Rexing and Agent Wade both told you that the reason why a phone call would appear in an extraction but not on the Verizon records is that call was being routed through another type of network, such as a network extender. Ladies and gentlemen, that Voyager phone called voicemail at 9:55 on October 30th from the Swift home. The compelling fact of this is that the phones were found together. The person who dialed voicemail at 9:55 in the Swift home was the same person who destroyed Karen's iPhone. How else could they get in the woods together? Whoever discarded the Voyager phone had to have known where that iPhone was. But when did he do it? Again, we cannot know. He might have tossed the iPhone on the way back from the Murano. Makes sense that Karen would try to hide the phone that she was concealing from David somewhere in her room, in a drawer under her mattress. David had plenty of time to get back and search her room and find it before the girls got up around 10. You saw the pictures of her room. It was ransacked. Not like David was hesitant at all to snoop in Karen's room. Remember the story he so unnecessarily happily relayed to both sets of detectives who interviewed him about the glass object he found in her coat pocket? And if there's any question in your mind about David possessing that Voyager phone, remember David telling officers in that first interview, almost right off the bat, that he had confronted Jamie Gurian the night before, which was October 30th, the day Karen went missing, that he had confronted Jamie because he had discovered Jamie and Karen had been talking. Agent Wade told you the only calls between Jamie and Karen were on that Voyager phone, the phone David professed not to know she had. So David calls Jamie Gurian on the night she went missing and inquires to him about calls made on a phone he claims to not know of. David pretends to sleep, or he does whatever he's doing. We know there is some period of computer activity again that morning, and the girls wake around 10. He acts surprised when they tell him their mom isn't home. He calls Karen's phone, sends a few texts, pretending not to know where she is. He keeps this up until Jenny Lamb tells him Karen's car's on the highway around 2 that afternoon. By this time, her friends, the Bonas, are getting a little freaked out. They can't get a hold of Karen. After Kathy talks to David, Bill Bona reports her as a missing person to the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. Brandon Alexander, who's now with the Dyersburg Police, is first to respond. He finds the vehicle secure, doors locked, windows up. David brings a spare key to the scene, and Alexander checks the vehicle for signs of foul play. This is when he sits in the Murano's driver's seat without having to move it. Nothing seems amiss. So Alexander, once Sergeant Walker gets on scene, he goes off to take other calls. Sergeant Walker calls his higher-ups, such as Chief Investigator McCright, and asks permission to have the car towed at that point. He knows that it's important to preserve any evidence that might be found in the vehicle. Sergeant Walker asks David if he can do a walkthrough at the house and see if there are signs of an obvious struggle. Seeing none, he leaves. He comes back later with Deputy Petrie, and they are talking to David out in the front yard. Their testimony was that David was more than excited to share his experience as a reserve deputy sheriff in Arkansas. But when they asked him direct questions about Karen, he lowered his head and searched for answers. The next morning, it's October 31st. It's Monday morning. Chief Investigator McCright assembles other investigators from the Sheriff's Office along with TBI agent Nathan Bishop to formulate a plan to search for Karen. Exigent circumstance requests are sent to Verizon and search parties are planned. But first, Chief Investigator McCright wants more experienced deputies or more experienced investigators to interview David to dig a little deeper. So David comes to the office, and right off the bat, he starts telling investigators that just yesterday he discovered that Karen had another phone that the Bonas gave her. He tells them about confronting Jamie Gurian the previous evening. And I've already reminded you that Karen's Verizon phones, the phone that David, remember, was showing Deputy Alexander. He brought Deputy Alexander into Karen's room, and he brought up her Verizon account and was showing him her records. There were no calls to Jamie Gurian on that phone. The only way David could have known that she and Jamie Gurian had talked was if he had possession of that Voyager phone and was scrolling through the call log. Now, Jamie testified that he didn't remember the calls, but the records are the records. And it's not that just that David lied about the Voyager phone. It's why he lied, because he had to. When he was being interviewed by those investigators, he knew that Voyager phone was lying in the weeds right beside that iPhone in the woods. It'd be pretty hard to explain how he knew the contents of a phone that he was claiming he didn't know existed. He goes on to tell the investigators of his version of talking to Janie Helm at the mall that night. He tells the investigators, she told him, you got to come in my backyard, see what's really going on. You heard Janie Helm testify. You think she really invited David into her backyard? Pretty much the rest of the interviews are David nonstop Karen bashing, not so subtly telling the investigators Karen was a drunk, a serial adulterer. The implication being with somebody who's that wild and careless, anything could have happened to her. David's self-serving interviews aside, let's focus on the night in question. Because for someone other than David Swift to have killed Karen, there are several things you must believe have occurred. First, Karen must have had plans to meet someone that night. No one just leaves the house at 4:30 on a Sunday morning to aimlessly drive around. You heard Agent Wade. Her last text from a romantic interest ended with, call me sometime, I'd love to take you to dinner. Second, Karen would have had to have moved both Ashley and Keely to the other bedroom. Does that make sense? Remember, David texted Karen and said, Keely's in bed with me. She was 5. This was the middle of the night. Karen would have never gone into David's bedroom to move Keely. It just doesn't make sense. She was trying to sneak out, as the defense claims. Why would she risk waking not one, but 2 sleeping children and alerting David by going into his bedroom? It simply doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Think about the timing of it as well. What had Karen done on the day of the 29th? She spent her day cleaning a filthy Habitat for Humanity home in Trimble. She had gone to a party where she had some drinks. Kathy Bona said she was drinking margaritas. She picks up Ashley and arrives home. We can surmise by the toxicology report and the bottle of PM cold medicine in a half-empty water bottle by her bed, she took a Benadryl and went to sleep. Benadryl on top of alcohol, what did Dr. Ross say about that? Greatly enhanced sedative effects. Karen, after all of that, the defense will have you believe, gets up to meet someone on 2.5 hours of sleep. Remember the last text from the Voyager phone that she received. Call me sometime. I'd love to take you out to dinner. That's hardly, hey, let's meet at 5 o'clock in the morning. Mary Claire Hopper testified that Karen was expected to be cleaning the Trimble house again that Sunday. Karen needed that money. She would have never missed an opportunity to earn cash to get away from David. Next, let's talk about the tire in depth. The defense will have you believe that the Murano ran over the screw heading to Millsfield Highway. Let's break down the opinions of the experts. First, they both agree there was no manufacturing or design defects in the tire. Second, they both agree the tire was severely damaged from operating while flat. Third, they partially agree with the conclusion of their expert partially agrees with Mr. Bolden's conclusion that the loss of air was from the screw. Mr. Darr said it could have come from the valve stem. Mr. Bolden's response to that, when I asked him, he said, of course it could have come from the valve stem. I was only hired to examine damage to the tire. Lastly, and most important, the defense's expert asserts the screw could have been inserted perpendicularly through natural acts of driving down the road. First thing to note about this opinion, and it's a big note, they claimed the tire was not available for inspection, so they could only examine photographs they described in their report as having poor resolution. Chief McCright testified, and it was unrebutted by the defense, that no one ever asked to examine that tire. So Quality Forensic Engineering made a decision to offer you a report on a tire they never physically inspected and claimed it was because it was not available. That being said, let's turn our attention to the conclusions they reached. They stated they had tested thousands of tires over the years, and many, I quote, many Screws and nails had been seen to enter the tested tire perpendicularly. They continued to say it was, and again I quote, unlikely that they were all manually inserted, and it is plausible the screw could be inserted perpendicularly through normal driving. That's essentially saying anything is possible. I asked Mr. Dar if he had any diagrams or illustrations that could explain to us mathematically how that could occur, and he did not. Mr. Bolden's next conclusion about that entering perpendicular is also compelling, because he told you that he knew that it was manually inserted because the head of the screw was below the tire tread. Quality asserts, oh, hold on. The tire could have, after having driven over that screw perpendicularly, as Mr. Bolden said, a stars aligning moment, that it also could have driven over a pebble of precise size. Can't be too big or it'll hit the treads. It has to be the precise size and has to hit that screw head exactly right to drive it up underneath the treads. That's the second star aligning event that the defense says happened in a quarter mile. Next, quality took issue with Mr. Bolden's assertion that because he did not see localized tearing on the inside tire liner, that supported his conclusion that it was inserted manually. The defense expert, Mr. Dar, instead of testing a similar inflated tire, he takes a similar tire, doesn't inflate it, sticks wooden blocks in it, and then he hammers screws into the tire and puts his drill into the tire and claims that this was a comparable examination. Have you ever heard the term comparing apples to oranges? I submit Quality's engineering's report is just that. But let's continue with the defense's theory of Karen's death. So she snuck out. Her car runs over a screw, then runs over a rock, which wedges the screw deeper in the tire. It deflates. She continues to drive, causing the run flat damage. Now she's on Millsfield Highway. We know she left the house at 4:38. That is consistent with what Mary McWhorters heard going down the road at that time. She stops at the intersection. What do we know about the Murano? You saw the pictures of the back. The jack had not been attempted to be accessed. We know from her phone records, both Verizon and the Voyager, the iPhone and the Voyager records, she didn't phone a friend. She didn't call AAA. So what's the only other option she could have been, the only option she was faced with? Her only alternative was to walk home. You heard one of her friends testify, Karen was in such good shape, she could have made a quarter-mile walk in 3 minutes. So she starts walking back. And her phone, we know, stopped connecting towers at 5:09 when it was presumably destroyed. The defense will have you believe that John Hogshooter, just like Mary McWhorters, was woken up by Karen's flat tire going down the road. And in those few minutes after he was woken up, that he walked or drove down to where Karen was at Millsfield Highway and instantly formed the intent to abduct and kill her. A woman he didn't even know. John Hogshooter, who'd spent the entire weekend at church-related events, really had murder in his heart. That's what the defense will have you believe. And think about this. How would John Hogshooter would have been able to creep up on Karen while she was walking home and kill her? Where would he have taken her? His wife was home. There were no defensive wounds. Remember, her fingernails were intact. There was no DNA under her fingernails. Karen was described as a feisty woman. She'd have fought John Hogshooter if he tried to grab her on that road. The defense will have you believe that Hogshooter was able to get her off the road before 5:15 when Marty Lamb and Jimmy Martin saw her vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, your charge is one of reasonable doubt. I submit the defense's John Hogshooter theory is anything but reasonable. I submit that the state has shown you reasonable doubt, or showed beyond a reasonable doubt, that only one person on the planet had the motive, the means, and most importantly, the opportunity to kill Karen Swift. I submit that David's self-reported knee injury and hobbling around on crutches and a brace was proof that he was formulating a plan to kill Karen and used his supposed disability as a defense. It's hard to remember you're supposed to be hurt when you're really not. from hay bales to jumping off on a four-wheeler. You've heard several witnesses testify that his claim of injury was at best exaggerated. Kerry Smith is a man who testified to you, and as a physical therapist, his whole professional life was devoted to testing people's and their physical capabilities due to injuries and rehabbing those injuries. Mr. Smith told you without hesitation that David Swift on October 30th was capable of dragging Karen's 125-pound lifeless body. This case is about one thing: identity. Who killed Karen Swift? Given all that you heard, I'm confident you will come to the conclusion there's only one person in the planet that could have killed Karen Swift, and it was David. David was content with the status quo at 65 Willie Johnson Road. He was happy. He was fine with being in a marriage that was a marriage in name only. Karen was not, and David killed her for it.
Mr. Taylor? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I believe the judge is going to enforce these time standards, so let me get to the point. Let me start out by thanking each of you. Can y'all hear me? I'll use my outside voice. For your service. This has been a long trial. It's been a long trial for those of us who do this sometimes, and we appreciate your patience with me, our questions. I told you it was going to be a fight. Justice is only served if there's a fight through questions, and through this struggle, you decide. I also would like to say to Mr. Goodman and Mr. Box, we have been passionate in this case, and I commend you, and you've tried to do your job, and I've tried to do my job as professionals. Thank you, Judge, too, for your patience and sustainments. In this case, Karen and David Swift were married for a number of years. They were happy. They had 2 boys. They had a divorce. They had problems. They got back together. They had 2 daughters. They're in Dyersburg. David's working. Karen's doing her activities. David's working a lot. He's raising his family. As time moves into 2011, Karen Swift changed. And it's just a fact. And I'm not trying to trash her or trash David, but they grew apart. Other people got involved with activities that made him uncomfortable and some of her friends uncomfortable, that they backed away from her. And they talked about how they did things as families, and then it changed. We talked earlier about when you're in a relationship and somebody you believe is not being honest with you, sometimes you want to find out. You check on them, you ask them questions, and sometimes that happens. There's no violence. There may be questions, accountability. Hey, where are you going? It may get on the other one's nerves, but if somebody says they're going to go to Walmart and go shopping, and then in nighttime, and then it seems out of the ordinary, and then you go and they're not there, a lot of people in a relationship might want to know. There was no hitting, struggling. It was asking questions. And she didn't like it, and I guess Ms. Bona didn't, because they wanted to change. I mean, they wanted to do what they wanted to. But Karen Swift was not afraid of David Swift. You heard about another issue where she's parked at the mall and they see his car. Karen Swift asked the lady with her to flash the lights, and David Swift came over and they had a conversation. She wasn't afraid of him at all. She was a strong lady physically, and the prosecutors talk about control. They talk about him trying to control her, but really, did David Swift control her? She had another phone supplied by another couple. She went where she wanted to go. She had joint access to their bank accounts. And so did he really have control? Because she went where she went, she did the behavior she wanted to, and that's just a reality. And as we move on closer to the time she got a divorce, she would come and go as she wished. Now, he might ask her questions. He might say, "Where are you going?" He would go check on her, but there was no violence. She didn't like it. It got on her nerves. It got on her friends' nerves that she would be with at a party or what she was doing, but there was no violence. When she filed for divorce, she took the two girls, she filed. You heard from the lawyer. It was a contested divorce, and the grounds she filed for were irreconcilable differences and inappropriate conduct, not cruel and inhumane treatment, not physical violence. She went to her trip. David got informed by her. I submit that she came back. She came to the house. She stayed at the house. She wasn't afraid of him. Did David think maybe they could work it out again like they did the first time? Was he hopeful about that? Yes, I submit. In opening, the prosecutor said that David didn't even get an attorney. He said that. We know that through the divorce attorney that the state called, that David did get an attorney. Attorneys don't come free, and he had to respond. And he was possibly trying to work it out, but protect himself. He wanted to see his girls. He didn't want to have custody, the majority away from him. And yes, he was concerned about finances, and she had access to their finances, and the testimony that she cleaned his bank account out when she went to Alabama. He shared his money with her while she comes back home. They're in the home. They're trying to at least talk and work it out. And this goes on. Now, in a divorce, when you have grounds, the lawyers encourage, I submit from their witness, to kind of check up, see what's going on, because those things do matter. And we go on through the time in October. David injures himself. Mr. Summerfield doesn't have a dog in this fight. He wasn't a best friend of David Swift, the gentleman that he worked with that saw him injure himself. He doesn't have a dog in this fight. And he recalls that David Swift the week before looked down and depressed. If you care about somebody and it's not working out, you could be down and depressed. And even if you don't get along with them, you still may care about them, even if you don't understand them. But Mr. Summerfield doesn't have any reason to lie. He told you that. And he knew that David Swift had been injured before, and a re-injury. The prosecutor would argue that this is a complete fake. He's already thinking about this. This is premeditation. Think about all the people that saw him with the immobilizer on his leg after that. Think about all the people that saw him with the crutches. You know, from some of these witnesses, when you deal with credibility of witnesses, we had a lot of witnesses in the state's proof that saw him with crutches and verified that he appeared to have a leg injury, a knee injury. When you ask questions of witnesses, you have to decide too some things. If one side asks questions of a witness, the prosecution, and they seem to understand all the questions and volunteer the information. And when the other side asks questions, well, what do you mean? I don't remember that. And you have to pull it out of them. It seems like they have an attitude or a bias, and you have to kind of decide if that gives weight to their testimony. And I'm just saying that's a reality. You'll have an instruction about witnesses, and you can disregard or take into consideration different parts of their testimony. We went through a lot of transcripts where when the prosecutors called them, they said something different. They said something a lot milder than what really happened. So you heard all that. I'm not going to go back through it all. And so you have to decide that in credibility. Now, we go on to around this time frame. David Swift's at home. His kids are at home. He's working. We got things going on in the neighborhood. We had issues with the dog killer. The neighbors, the Nafis, had that issue. They testified about the strangeness going on over there. From the officer, you heard about Mr. Hog Shooter, and some of the issues over there with the dogs. And the Nafis told you that they lived next to David Swift and, that both of their dogs were injured. There's some strange things going on. Those are things you have to take in consideration. Now, in order to get to the point, as we move on into closer to this time frame, she's missing on that Sunday morning. David Swift talked to the police immediately. He agreed, and you saw the long interview the first day. He answered all their questions. I didn't do anything. They say it's self-serving. They're the ones that played it. And they say that he talks on, and people with domestic situations talk sometimes both sides about, well, let me make you understand why I'm okay, but they're doing wrong. And sometimes that's going on both sides. And he talks to them, he cooperates, he answers all their questions. Now, when she ends up missing, you remember the lady that testified, Miss Lamb, that David called looking to see that Sunday morning where she is. And she said he seemed genuinely surprised when she said her car is sitting up on Millsville Road. Looks like it's flat, something wrong with it. The state said that Miss Bona called David, but David called her. He's looking. He goes, you hear from his daughter that testified what she remembered. She goes to the car. He takes the girls to Miss Lamb to be watched while he goes look. He goes to the car. He stops. He gets out. He checks on it. And then he gets back in the car and takes them to Miss Lamb. She watches them. He comes back. The Bonas are there. And then the officer arrives. Now, the Bonas said a little different things about this. And they're really involved in her life. They've got the Voyager phone records. They're watching what she's doing. They're paying her for the divorce. And I don't know, you have to take, I guess, their attitude or possible bias into consideration. David comes back. He cooperates. They look in the car. There's nothing in the car indicating something happened. David comes back. The officer takes him down to his house. They walk in through the garage. The officer doesn't smell or see anything out of the ordinary. He goes in the house. The officer looks at wherever he wants to go, and David allows him to. The officer sees a uniform and strikes up a conversation and implies that he's a human lie detector. And if somebody looks down when you say, well, some things about your wife, was kind of depressing. It is kind of depressing if you're having problems, or if she's gone and you don't know where she is and her car's sitting out there. There's an emotional thing going on with him. You can't read somebody's mind. So you should consider these things. Anyway, David cooperates. They come to his house. They walk through his house. They look anything in his house. The prosecution says that he grabbed her out of the room and that she was under the influence. The medical examiner, when I asked him questions about that, She had these things in her system. He could not say what levels they were or what effect because he didn't do that. He just sent them off to another lab. He couldn't say what effect or what levels. And if you recall, he couldn't say whether she took them that night or the night before. 24 hours. Remember what he said. And we know that she was going to get up and go back to Trimble. I don't know what her other plans were. The things on the phone or the camera, she just came from a party at the country club. She's there dressed up in her outfit with her friends. It's logical she would be bringing either a camera or have her phone with her. It's logical that Karen Swift would want to either her pictures, download those. So, and it's logical also that if she had her iPhone, if she's got a passcode, the 4-digit thing, you heard the testimony from Miss Bona that she was always changing her passwords and security things. How would he know? How would David Swift know? Now, the Voyager phone, there was a contact saved in David Swift's phone where that number had contacted him before. It said Billy Bona, the son of the Bonas. You saw in some of the messages yesterday where Karen texted saying, if my husband calls you and I called this number by mistake on my iPhone, it's my husband, and implying just act like you don't know what we're doing. That Voyager phone earlier, Karen, I submit, had used from, and maybe Billy Bona had it, but that's the contact ID that David Swift had in his phone around the Alabama trip. And so is she calling if her phone got cut off, if her bill wasn't paid by her, and she temporarily called from another phone? She's doing it with her iPhone. She's forgetting who she's calling. And that is only logical. Now, David, when he talked to the police, said apparently she's got a second phone that she's using all the time. But you recall what you heard from the tape. The state is saying that David Swift grabbed her out of her bedroom, tore her clothes off in that room. Nobody heard that in this house that was there, who was there. The clothes that they're talking about they weren't found there or anywhere. There's no evidence of a struggle in that room. You heard her daughter, who was there, and their son, who came the next morning. It didn't look out of the ordinary. You can look at those pictures over there about the nightstand. Nothing's in disarray. Is it an untidy place? There was a headboard and everything was tested. There's nothing indicated that anything occurred in that room, I submit. The prosecutor is saying to you that he took her out in the garage with a knee injury on his left leg and stomped her head in the garage. If he has a knee injury, you can maybe think, is it possible that he could stomp her head? He's not going to do it with his injured leg, I would think. And is it possible that if he's going to use his right leg, that he can put enough pressure on his injured leg and stomp her head in, and she's just going to sit there and take it, a strong woman? There's no physical evidence in the garage. There's no blood in the garage. They imply that later they went out there and there's a picture showing bleach near a pool. This is October. Pools get closed. Bleach is used for pools. You heard Mr. Swift, Mr. Dustin Swift, testify about what their practice was about how they cleaned it. There's nothing in the pool that indicates that it was. We don't know anything about the inside of the pool because they didn't look. You got some bleach out near the pool or in some trash cans behind the pool, next to the pool. they had the opportunity to swab and test all these things because we know that the TBI through Nathan Bishop did a very thorough examination where they swabbed and took pictures and stains and fibers in the house, and there's nothing indicating it. They say he cleaned up in the garage, but if he cleaned up, they did find not human blood. They conclusively said it's not human blood. So if it's animal blood, I submit dog blood. Is that consistent with the dog being in there? Or the blood wouldn't even be in there or be so degraded that you couldn't even tell. You could see a presence of blood without making a conclusion that it's an animal. None of the things in the house verify anything that the state says about their theory of the case. David Swift had no marks or cut or bruises on him. He completely cooperated. He went the next days and the days following, and if they wanted to interview him, he sat and talked to them. And so you need to consider all this. The tires. We heard from two different individuals, Mr. Bolden. Mr. Bolden indicated, and he was honest about it, his opinion is based on the screw being in at an angle. He just doesn't believe that it could happen on road conditions. But when asked, he says, it could happen. I don't think it did, but everything, the stars and the moons would have to line up for it to happen. Is that enough? Is that enough? When he made his opinion, he said, I had another case that involved this, and we did find a mechanism, an error mechanism to do this, that I could make that conclusion that happened. There's no hammer, there's no screw driver, there's no mechanism, there's nothing from David's house indicating that happened. The screw is a rusty screw on the inside. There's no evidence taken from his house or garage that he even had any screws that were similar to that. Isn't that something that you would want to consider to have the presence of mind, for your mind to rest easy? There's nothing. So you have Mr. Bolden saying that, and you have my tire expert, and he has extensive experience. He recreated an exact tire to do the testing and his conclusions. But Mr. Bolden admits that. The screw looks like it's old. It could have been picked up on the road, I submit. I don't know. I submit that the vehicle had a flat tire. Did Karen Swift leave and go out on the Millsville Highway and the tire went flat, and then she came back on the way to the house and it was so flat you just couldn't make it anymore? The state would have you believe that this long journey, we talked about the cell phone towers, we talked about the network extender. I submit to you, Mr. David Williams did a very good example of explaining this in a way that we can understand. He's been doing this for a number of years. He's, I would submit, a national expert. His opinion about the time frame that they left, it doesn't agree with the time frame that they say about the committing the murder, loading a body up in her car, which there's no evidence of her car, going down to the cemetery, the Bledsoe Cemetery, almost 3 miles.
I don't know what that little blip
Parking the
was.
car, somebody that's injured. I'm not saying he's completely injured, but somebody that's injured, and a doctor said it, and physical therapy, and he eventually had to have surgery later, and then either pulling or grabbing her out of the back trunk or the passenger compartment. And he's, dragging the body. He set up a rough terrain, and then it would take a while. The person, if with his leg condition, it would take a while. and coming back and getting in the vehicle and then driving back, and the state would have you believe then coming to his own house.
The guy with the coat of
doing
many
something to the
colors
tire,
keeps dozing
and
off.
then going back and parking the vehicle out there and then walking back. This time frame just is not realistic.
Margaret,
know
you
what
and me
would
both
happen.
said the
I
same
know that
time.
we live in a world
He is
now
falling asleep.
that if a child's out playing in the yard and the parent goes into the house, that we don't know what could happen. We don't know what's lurking around, and things can happen. I can't explain it. The state has a theory and a suspicion. This theory and suspicion has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We decide cases by proof, speculation, not the autopsy. Well, could she have been strangled? The state asked, and suggesting it happened. And then I asked a medical examiner, is there any proof of strangulation? No. So if you say that she was strangled, wouldn't it, if you come to that conclusion, wouldn't you just be guessing? Yes. He said that. I asked him those questions. The blunt force trauma to the head, hard object. It would indicate a weapon. There was a hammer found out there at the cemetery. There's no indication that David Swift had anything to do with that hammer. I even subpoenaed the forensic scientists from the TBI to come in, the ones that they didn't bring in, to talk about what was done, like fingerprints and other things. They either excluded David Swift. They also they mentioned Hog Shooter and took some examples from him. They didn't compare the fingerprints. They didn't compare any of the other the bonus. Their names are listed as a report as possibilities. They didn't test them. They just tested David Swift. They had tunnel vision and
I sped it
reasonable
up.
degree of medical certainty. How about a reasonable degree? That means you want to consider. And if there's 2 or 3 possible suspects and you're not sure, you want to at least do the testing to either eliminate or confirm. Nothing's been done that confirms that David Swift, through science, through any blood, DNA, fingerprints, fiber, and the prosecutor started his case out saying there is no proof scientifically or forensically. And so you have to consider all these things. Now, suspicion, or I don't like somebody, or a theory. They have a suspicion or a theory. As far as proof, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state. Your mind has to rest easy as to these issues. The computer activity, and it seems like the state's case is like a shifting, whatever might work. Let's throw something out there and see if it sticks. There's no strangulation, let's suggest that. The tire, it's the nails, the screws in the tire at an angle. Somebody did that with a screwdriver. We have no proof or possibility or like screws found, and even their own experts said that. The computer stuff, you'll have to listen and see who you believed about, and the cell phone. I thought that Mr. Williams held up very good in his questioning with the prosecutor when prosecutor asked him and confronted about why he makes his opinions. And it's possible if you leave and there's no activity, there could be periods where it doesn't show on a tower. But you see the long video from an investigator with the DA's office. You see this big arc and map suggesting going down to Bledsoe Cemetery and then possibly other locations. It doesn't add up. Now, a few more things. How am I doing on time, Judge? All right. I'll try not to take it all. All right. Some of the witnesses, his neighbors, they didn't hear anything that night. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary that night. And so there's nothing to indicate a tire that is flat that is being driven is loud. The lady that lived on down the road that was in her barn, that says she heard it. And in her interview, it indicated that she lived like in a little bowl area. She thought it might come down I think what she says, to Harness Road. She wasn't sure. I asked her, did you look? Well, why would I look out the window at night? And then she later said, I looked out the door. She didn't see anything. She may have heard a noise. I asked her the question, did you call the police? And she said, probably, or I usually call the police, but her interview was from several years later. I don't know, but the witnesses on the street didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. The passcodes and the user codes on her stuff, there's no proof that David knew those because she changed them. The Swift children, what they had to say, and in the days and years after this, how they pulled together and he's raised them as a family. And they didn't see any signs of a disturbance in the house or around the house. The course of the investigation from 2011 until he was charged in 2022, things were done. A lot of things were done early on. After a while, less things got done. For whatever reason, a lot of things got stirred up by media or these people writing books and things of that nature. Sometimes when things are going on, there's pressure to do something, and pressure sometimes causes a reaction and choices to be made. We disagree with the choice to prosecute David Swift. He pleads not guilty to this. I don't know what happened, but there is no proof to support the state's theory in this case. You have heard all of my questions. You have heard all of the witnesses. The state said that this was a puzzle that they would put together for a complete picture. There is no complete picture. It's an incomplete picture, or there's things that are just not there. We ask you to find him not guilty of these charges. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Oh, okay. I thought I was shorter on time than that. Ladies and gentlemen, I will go quickly because I have a tendency to drag things out. There are three things that I submit to you that at the end of the day that are most important in your deliberations. One, ask yourself, did Karen Swift leave that house voluntarily? Given all of the evidence that we have, she'd been at work the whole day. She'd been at a party that night. She'd consumed alcohol. She was at her friend's, the Bonas, around 1 o'clock in the morning, ready to go to bed when her daughter Ashley needed her. So of course, she did what every good mom would do. She went and got her. She finally got home at 2:08 in the morning. It doesn't take, I mean, it's just common sense that she was exhausted. She wasn't going anywhere that night. She had no plans. And if you find that Karen Swift did not leave that house voluntarily, that leaves you with one inescapable conclusion, that David Swift killed her in that house. Mr. Taylor talks about the autopsy. What he really wants you to do is reward David for being so good at hiding her body. Over and over again to our suggestions or to our questions, Dr. Ross stated, can't tell, too decomposed, can't tell, too decomposed. Let's move on to the tire. If it occurred the way the defense would have you believe, that she was driving down Harness, ran over the tire, and then ran over the pebble, and then got the flat tire and stopped at Millsfield. What's the problem with that? You remember when I was questioning Mr. Darr, how long would it take for that tire to go flat? He didn't want to answer because he knew the answer hurt his cause. He said, he agreed with me, 30 miles, 50 miles? Yes, how long does it take to drive 30, 50 miles? 30 minutes. So what's the obvious conclusion, ladies and gentlemen? That tire wasn't flat when it got to Millsfield Highway. So what's the obvious correlation with that? Karen Swift didn't have to stop. That tire was flat when it left 65 Willie Johnson Road. And lastly, the most important piece of the puzzle in this case I submit are the phones. It's common sense that whoever killed Karen smashed her iPhone. The iPhone ended up in the weeds with the Voyager phone. The Voyager phone called voicemail from the Swift home at 9:55 the next morning, 5 hours after the iPhone was destroyed. We know there was only one adult in the Swift home at 9:55 in the morning, and those two phones ended up side by side in the woods off Harness Road. David Swift killed Karen because he couldn't stand losing her. Hold him accountable for his actions and find him guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members to serve as foreperson who will.
Okay, so he's reading through these jury and deliberation instructions, and I'm going to skip through.
and it's those decisions the court stands by. You can talk with anybody you want to about the case. I ask that you not talk to a person while you're inside the courthouse.
Okay. So they started their deliberation. Let me see.
Decision, okay? My gut reaction is that I'll reread the circumstantial and direct evidence charge there. You know, that's the one that says they're equal value in the law and can convict on either or both of those. Anybody got a different feeling than that?
Well, you could, I've had that question come up before.
Apparently the jury had a question about something. And that's what he's talking about here.
And I think that
Okay. So they finished for the day, apparently on day 7. We'll go.
You get any immediate response? You get any immediate response? Good afternoon to you all. It's 5 o'clock. I thought it was probably an appropriate time for us to talk about what we want to do about, later this afternoon and at least the evening. You know, we've got a couple of options, and you don't have to decide sitting right there, but you may already know. One of our options is to order some dinner in. And could probably have it here in about an hour and let you all keep going for a little while, feed dinner, and then maybe evaluate in a couple of hours where we are there. The other would be to stop for the day and come back fresh tomorrow there. And I'm willing, and I know the court staff and the attorneys are willing to let you continue to talk as long as you want to discuss the case. Ms. Lister, you're the foreperson. Do you have a feeling about it at the moment, or do you want to chat? Do you all want to chat in the jury room and then kind of let me know what you want to do?
Feeling, right?
You think what?
It'd be a good time to stop for the day.
You think? Okay. Any particular reason? It's just you all worn out? I know you've been at it a good several hours.
Yes, sir.
There. Okay. All right. Let me talk with the lawyers for just a few minutes, and then we'll let you know what our logistics are. Is that good? Good with everybody? Okay. Give me a few minutes and we'll do it.
all right.
I'm hesitant to tell them they've got to stay, even in the face. When she said it's a good time to stop, not one of them said no. Every one of them agreed with her assessment of the thing. And so I am inclined to adjourn for the day. And I'll give them a strong admonition about conduct tonight. And then we'll get them back here early in the morning there. So why don't we do that? We'll bring them back at 8:30 in the morning and let them go directly to the jury room and begin deliberation. I'll have them here, make it 8 or 8:15. I'd probably ask them to come on about 8 o'clock and get started. It could be everybody to do it. Yeah, it's a good time to stop. I didn't see anybody disagree there. And so I know maybe you nod your head. Let's go. Let's keep on moving. I think we'll go ahead and quit for today. Let you all go home this evening, get some rest, have your meal at home, come back same time in the morning, maybe 8:15. You'll go directly to the jury room. If you're there by 8:15, you go ahead and start deliberations. You don't need any of us first thing in the morning, and then
Just make sure everybody's here. Then, now you know the drill of what I'm about to tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway because that's my job. Don't discuss the case with anybody else. Do not deliberate informally with each other tonight. All of your deliberations must take place as a group in the jury room. Do not speak with the attorney, the defendant, any family members of any side there. You may not give interviews for any reason under any conditions at this point, as well with you during the morning. In the morning, then we will not convene court, but we'll be here ready for them when they're ready. Okay. Yeah, let's give the jurors just a minute to.
Okay, so now we are going to skip. Hey, Miss King. Hello. She said she almost forgot about this trial, right? I know. I know. Let me go find the last day. That was day 7, so we need day 8. Okay. All right. Day 8. So they begin their day by going straight into the jury room. So Margaret's talking about TMJ. Ugh. When you say Tylenol with you know what in it, what's the you know what? Is it like Tylenol with codeine, or is it like Tylenol PM? Gail says, if I were on that jury, I just couldn't say yes beyond reasonable doubt. Hey. So yeah, you guys, if you haven't voted yet, there is a poll in the chat. Looks like we got about half of you guys have voted so far. So vote. And I am going to fast forward it. We're going to get straight to it. Okay. Let's see. I did put it on normal speed also.
Jury, and it's jury. Counsel, I've received a note from the jury. I'm just going to read the note to you. Judge, we have a hung jury, and it's signed by the foreperson there. It's my intention at this point to bring the jury in, ask the foreperson about that, and see what the reaction is. I'm going to reread the instruction on their duty to reach a verdict and how they do that concluding instruction there, and then let them deliberate further at this time. Any thoughts, Mr. Goodman? Okay. Any thoughts, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. When they come in, would you ask the foreperson to bring the instructions back?
hung jury. Hung jury.
All rise.
Thank you. Okay, let's be seated. Good morning to all of you, by the way. It's the first time I've seen most of you today. Is everybody feeling all right this morning? I just want to make sure. I have the note from the foreperson, and I understand that you all do not yet have an agreement in the matter. I want to tell you a couple of things. First, day before yesterday, when I gave you the concluding charges or the lengthy jury instructions, we call them charges sometimes. When I gave you the lengthy instructions, it's like drinking out of a fire hose. It's a whole lot of information, 40 minutes worth of reading there. And it's not uncommon for a jury to come back and say, we don't understand this concept, or we don't understand how we get where we're going there. And I want to remind you that the instructions require you to sequentially consider the charges, starting with the most serious charge, and those are listed on the verdict form in sequential order. Okay, you deliberate, you take a vote. Okay, if you don't think that's the one, then you move to the next one down. Okay, and you do that until you either reach a verdict or you've decided that you're deadlocked. Okay, and the one on which you're deadlocked, then you let me know. Okay, so that's the method that we use there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reread one of the instructions, and I'm going to ask you to go back, give it a try. Okay, that's what I want you to do. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous, but do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. What I'm going to do is hand the jury instructions back to the foreperson and ask that you all go back in view of the comments I've made and this particular instruction as well. And I'm not emphasizing one instruction over any other. The law, as I told you in these instructions, no one instruction is more important than the others. They're to be read and followed in harmony with each other. But in view of the comments and the instructions, go back and deliberate further for me. All right? All right.
All right, we'll be in recess. Big part.
Lord, Lord, Lord. Okay. Let's get back at a clock. Well, not a clock, but looks like they're having something else come up.
Two, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then it skips down to 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. 19 was the last one. Yes, sir.
Okay, I was gonna say. Thank you.
I'm assuming there's no voicemail content available. It's just the record of that there was that it went to voicemail.
It was never played.
No.
It just shows an event.
Okay, so what do I need to tell them about this? Do I just need to say this is the record of the call to voicemail?
I agree.
Okay, that's what I want to tell them.
Scroll up to the number
No.
2.
Are they back up? Yeah.
Could you scroll up to the number 2?
No hurry. I'm not gonna rush them around. As soon as we get this printed though, we'll be ready. No, I'm gonna bring them in.
Yes.
Okay? I don't need the notebook this time. I'll hand these off to you all and let you. And where'd Daniel go?
They're all just sitting around
That's okay.
waiting.
This is the voicemail to the Voyager phone.
Okay, well, I was trying to just.
I'm gonna tell you what it is so that we're all on the same page. That question, would like to see all text messages from Karen's cell phone. And then the second sentence was anything to show the Voyager cell phone message at 9:55 a.m. Yesterday, when you asked to look at Exhibit 3, my response was there's a lot of data on there, and the response was that you wanted to see text files for Karen Swift and David Swift conversations. So that's why you got what you got then. So what I have for you are additional excerpts from Exhibit 34, which are the remaining text messages which were entered into evidence during the course of the trial there. And for the second part of your question, there is an excerpt from Exhibit 34, and that's what was also what was entered into evidence there. So I'm going to let you have these documents there, which seems to be everything responsive to your question. Okay? And with that, we'll let you all head on back into the jury room. Thank you.
All right.
All right, we'll be in recess. Do you need something? Sorry, I'll wait next time. My bad.
Hey, said something, I was gonna say that he's in the restroom.
Okay, so now at this point, it is 10 minutes till 2 on the clock. Miss King, yeah, I'm not positive if there was a number on that or not. Yes, don't forget to vote in the poll if you have not yet voted. Voting is open for a quick question on this particular trial. For this particular trial, that's his family back there. It's his son and daughter.
While we're waiting, I don't know whether the jury has a verdict or does not have a verdict. I will say to those of you who are present in the courtroom, there will be no reaction to a verdict or lack of a verdict either way. If you cannot remain silent when the jury comes in, now's your opportunity to leave the courtroom. I'll be glad for you to do that. Any reaction expressed out loud is you'll be immediately escorted from the courtroom and may be subject to being held in contempt of this court.
I'm always like, how do you know that you're like, don't plan to have a reaction, but then you have a reaction? You know, I mean, like, I would be like, okay, yeah, I can keep it cool. I can keep it calm.
Ready to go? Ready for the jury? All right, I'll show you whenever you're ready, if they're ready.
And then if you have a reaction, like what? You know what I mean?
All rise.
All right, let's have a seat. Good afternoon to you all. Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Do you feel like that it is likely that the jury on continued deliberations will reach a verdict?
No, sir.
Let me ask you this. Has the jury considered the highest level of the offense?
Yes, sir.
Is there a disagreement as to the highest level of offense?
Yes.
That's where your disagreement falls?
No, I'm sorry. It is not. That is not the case of the highest offense.
Okay. Does the jury agree on the highest level of offense that the defendant is either guilty or not guilty?
Yes,
What is the verdict in that?
not guilty.
Okay, so the jury has found the defendant not guilty of first degree murder.
Yes.
Okay. May I borrow the charge book for a minute so I can look at the verdict form? If you need it back to look at it, just tell me. Has the jury considered the second level of the offense attempted first degree premeditated murder?
We did consider that.
Is there an agreement that the defendant is not guilty as to that offense?
Yes, sir, there is an agreement.
Has the jury considered the level of offense second degree murder?
Yes, sir.
Is there an agreement that the defendant is not guilty as to second degree murder?
Not guilty.
I have not asked you specifically, but are all of these agreements unanimous as to these levels of charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We have one shaking his head.
Beg your pardon?
We have one shaking his head.
I'm sorry. My question, and I'll come back in. My question was, is it unanimous that the defendant is not guilty of second degree murder? And I'm going, since there was it's my question. Is there an agreement on that level of charge?
Agreement with who?
No.
Oh, I'd say not guilty on that.
Sir, ma'am? Not guilty as to second degree murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That cleared that up, General? Has the jury considered the next level of charge, attempted second degree murder?
Yes, sir.
Do you all find the defendant not guilty of attempted second degree murder?
Yes, sir.
Each of you? Ma'am? Okay, I'm looking at you because I want to say, and if you disagree, just let me know, okay? Now let's go back. We did not do this as a first degree murder charge that I'm told you found him not guilty of. Is that correct? Okay, I see head nodding affirmatively, and attempted first degree murder. Is that correct as well? Okay. Has the jury considered the charge of voluntary manslaughter?
Yes, sir.
Is there an agreement, or has the jury found the defendant not guilty of voluntary manslaughter?
There was no agreement.
No agreement? Is that the level of the offense at which there is disagreement?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, ma'am? All right. Would the state like the jury polled as to the first four level of charges? Or as to the level on which there's a disagreement? I think since we don't have a verdict, there's no reason to poll the jury as to that level. You agree, Mr. Taylor? I'm going to ask each of you this question. You just tell me, would further deliberations be of any value?
No, sir.
Do you all believe that the jury is hopelessly deadlocked with respect to the charge of voluntary manslaughter? I see everybody nodding their head yes. The court will enter a verdict of not guilty as to the charge of first-degree murder. The court will enter a charge of not guilty as to attempted first-degree premeditated murder. The court will also enter a not guilty verdict with respect to second-degree murder. And the court will also enter a not guilty verdict with respect to attempted second-degree murder. The court believes that the jury is hopelessly deadlocked with respect to the next level of charge, that is voluntary manslaughter. Is there any reason that the court should not declare mistrial at this time, General? Mr. Taylor? Court will enter and declare mistrial with respect to the charge of voluntary manslaughter. I want to say something to you. The jury, having completed the work as required by law and by this court, is discharged and excused with the sincere gratitude of the court. Judge Parham and Mrs. McMahon have asked me to tell you that you are excused from further service in this term. You do not have to report in August. You've done more than a share. I understand the personal sacrifices that each of you have made to be here every day on time, and specifically the sacrifices over the 11 hours plus in 2 days that you have spent attempting to reach a decision in this case. I thank you for your work, for your time, for your dedication to this case, because that is dedication to our system. That's dedication to our jury system and our effort to provide a fair trial for anyone who's accused of a criminal offense. Don't be frustrated or discouraged because you weren't able to resolve the case fully. It happens. You did exactly what the court and the attorneys asked you to do and what the law requires you to do, and that is to consider a matter on which reasonable minds can obviously have differing opinions. Okay? You did exactly what we asked you to do. You're released from the previous restrictions of discussing the case or from viewing social media posts or the video of the trial. And I bet every one of you want to go home and rewatch that right now. You can talk with anyone that you please, but you're under no obligation to talk to anyone whatsoever. I think some of the media provided you with their contact information rather than besieging you once you leave the courthouse. That is not to say that you may not be met with questions and cameras. It is your decision whether you want to talk to anybody about any aspect of this thing. If you watch any portions of the trial later on or start reading social media posts, you're going to find out that there was some information that the court, and when I say the court, I mean me, that I excluded from the trial of this case because I did not think that it passed the requirements of the rules of evidence. It was my call. I stand behind my decision on that because I thought that's what the law required me to do. But you'll be surprised when you do see that. It has been a distinct honor and a privilege to serve with you, each and every one of you in this case. I'm proud of you, and I wish you the best. You're released. Officer Elam will help you get your electronics and any personal things you have there, and once you get those, you are free to leave. I think, have you already handed out excuses, or you have those? We got those to give you. Maybe yeah, Emily can, yeah, okay, can follow them in and hand out those. Thank you very much for your service. Once again, let's rise for the jury. All rise. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, let's be seated. We're going to give them a few minutes to clear the second floor, give them a head start at it at any rate. Is there anything you know of we need to do before we adjourn?
You know, we need an appearance date.
Yes.
I agree, Judge. And that appearance statement, we would like to serve notice now, we'll file a formal motion. But we would ask the court to consider reinstating the bond in light of this and the amount of time. And I understand the state is going to, we'll talk about the status of the case when we come back.
We would definitely be opposed to that bond.
I understand. You filed your motion. We'll take it up on the next appearance date. Let me see what I've got. I don't have my book. I have July 2. I have the morning of July 2.
Judge, I will be with you on another case. I'll be with you on another case.
Oh, that day?
Yes.
Is it at 9 or at 1 that you have?
It's at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Why don't we set, does that work for the state as well?
That's for appearance on.
Yes. Well, if he files a motion for bond reduction,
Well, I need to know ahead of time before we have a hearing because I will have a witness from Alabama who have to be here.
Mr. Taylor, can you,
I'll file a motion tomorrow. I'll file a motion tomorrow.
let's be ready to hear it that day then. He's going to file the motion.
To respond and have no witness here.
I think if he files tomorrow, I think that gives you sufficient time, do you think?
Yes, as long as I get it.
Okay. I hear you. Okay, July 2, 9 o'clock then.
Thank you.
QB, can you put that in your calendar? July 2, 9 o'clock. Gail says, I'd hate for his kids to have to endure this all over again. I know. I don't think the state proved their case, says QB. I wonder if they'll try to recharge him at the lesser charge. Yeah. We'll find out. We'll find out.
All right, is there anything else we need to do?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll stand adjourned.
All right.
You all go. Tell me that darn ain't go stay, camp or whatever, I know what I'm gonna do.
I'm just wondering. Margaret said, I read that he's awaiting charges or trial in Alabama for stalking his second wife. Oh. I read about that or heard about that. But yeah, he definitely has a jealousy problem, in my opinion. There's a hot mic. You can hear them talking. I just can't understand what they're saying. Is he not under? Surely he's detained, right? I don't know. But I was watching to see, I'm like, are they going to put cuffs on him or like, what are they? I don't know if he's being held or if I know they were talking about bond. But I couldn't really make out what the discussion entailed. Yeah, Sherry, I'm sure the jury didn't know that. And I don't remember if it came out during this trial. I think that they wouldn't have been privy to that information, but I'm not positive. But as far as the poll, let's see what you guys voted in the poll. We got 8 votes. There's 13 people in here. Come on. I need you guys to vote. Vote, vote, vote. If you have not yet voted, vote in the poll because we are closing the poll here momentarily. I feel like he's guilty. I just don't feel like they proved it. Like Gail was saying earlier, there's way too much reasonable doubt for me. They just can't prove. They just didn't prove it to me. I do feel like he's a jealous husband, ex-husband, whatever. And I said it before and I'll say it again with the whole like knee injury. When you have people who are in a rage, they don't feel pain. Okay. So they don't feel that. And I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they have some sort of I don't know. I feel like they have more that they weren't allowed to provide information wise or theory wise. Why they believe that something happened in the basement, not the basement, the garage, because of whatever testing they did and stuff. But I'm not sure about that. I think their biggest reason for that has to do with the text message where he's like, come through this door, not the garage is locked, blah, blah, blah. Or vice versa, however it was that he said it. I don't know. But QB says, hey, y'all, I got behind, but I added it to my calendar. I'm not sure what it's for. Is it a status hearing? Is it a hearing to see if they're going to charge him? I just know it's July 2 at 9 a.m. So, yeah, I think it's like a status hearing. They did say that they were going to be talking about bond. Yeah. the whole like screw in the tire part, I'm not sold on that, or the way that they said it happened. Um, I don't know. QB said, honestly, if they couldn't come up with a unanimous decision, I feel like he should be able to go home. Bond shouldn't be the same. Well, I think that the prosecution said something like they didn't want, they wanted the bond to stay the same or something. And so they were having a disagreement about that. But I think that's the motion that the defense has got to get to them tomorrow so they can discuss it on the 2nd. I'm assuming. And if you guys didn't know this, I'm just going to throw this in here. For those of you that have been with us off and on throughout the last few months when we've been discussing Delphi and Richard Allen, QB, thank you, QB. She sent an article, or not an article, a document yesterday. It was another motion for basically seeing if the Judge Gold is going to recuse herself. Basically, and apparently, there was some rigmarole with her telling Tobe Lesenby something about one of the witnesses from the jail they wanted to have brought in, and something got miscommunicated or said when it wasn't said, or wasn't said and it was said, one or the other. Anyway, very confusing, I know. But basically, they're saying because you did this, you are a witness. So they have some sort of basically saying that they would be able to call her as a witness to communication with what was told to Tobe Lesenby. And I don't know how that's going to work. I don't really know how that's going to work. It's very confusing. QB said it was a response to the state's response, to Gull's response, to whoever's response, that she's not going to recuse herself. Basically, it's a response to a response to a response. It's a nutso is what it is. It's a nutso. It had I think it was 21 pages. I got through page 5 or 6, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm skimming the rest. So I skimmed a lot of it. And there were 102 points on there. I was like, yeesh. Oh, yeah, surgery. Yeah, I know. All right, you guys. Well, we will keep up to date as we can and as we have time to with David Swift here. And if we don't have any other things going on July 2nd, we'll definitely take a peek if it's televised at that hearing and see what their decisions are from there on. Otherwise, we're going to be chugging along with Karen Reed, which will be back in tomorrow. So that's where we will end it for today. I'm shocked. I didn't realize, I didn't think, well, and I kind of thought about it there at the end, whenever I was talking about it yesterday or day before about his the days, how they were so long. Like one was another 8-hour day and then a 9-hour day, and then the last day was like a half day or whatever for this trial. But you saw the vast majority. Thank you, Lauren. The vast majority of those last days were, while they were in deliberation. So we were able to skip through every bit of that, which was pretty awesome sauce. Lauren reminds me of the poll. The poll, the poll, the poll, the poll. All right, we got 8 votes in the poll. I'm going to end the poll now. Bum, ba, bum. We had 8 votes. Do you think David Swift killed his wife? A whopping 62% of you said yes, and 37% of you said no. And I didn't vote myself, but I'm in the yes. I'm in the yes camp. I think he did. I just don't think they could prove it. But anyway, QB says she'll be back with us tomorrow. Yay. Yeah, thank you for the reminder, Lauren. I'm the worst when it comes to these polls. It's because I don't do them every day. But even when I was doing them often, I would still forget them. And the reason I forget them is because 95% of the time, I'm looking at my StreamYard screen because that's where y'all's chat is on the back end, like in the back end on the other side of the video, right? It's where all my muting, my mic, and all the things are at. And then the only way I see the poll is if I go to the actual YouTube video of the stream. And yeah, I don't usually have that screen open. So, all right, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go see what the husband's doing, see what the kiddos are doing. And we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. All right. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day. And we will see you back tomorrow at 11. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up before you leave. If you're watching on the replay, #replay in the comment section down below. And like, subscribe, all those things. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.